Behold, I do cast this circle as a world between the worlds, the world between the realms of mankind and the mighty ones we shall know. A circle of art, a holy enclosure to contain the energies we shall raise herein. The circle is cast, so mote it be.
So mote it be.
Can I get the quarter guardian? Mm-hmm. Speak up.
Huh?
Up.
Speak up. Guardians of Watchtowers of the BCS will be here with us to protection and support.
Hail and welcome, South.
Guardians of the South, we ask you to be here with us, providing your protection, your energy, and your support, and welcome.
Hail and welcome.
Hail to the Guardians of Watchtowers of the West. We call out to you, ask you to be here with us, providing your support and your guardianship. Hail and welcome.
Hail and welcome.
Guardians of the North, we call out to you, ask you to be here with us and casting the circle, providing grounding, your energy, protection, and support. Hail and welcome.
Hail and welcome.
Hail.
I thank you, everybody, for being here. We are the Temple of Holistic Knowledge, and for this particular night, we are broadcasting what would have been our study group, but we are going to utilize this time to work together as a group, as a larger family and tradition, to commemorate the moment that we are all experiencing together right now, which is the passing of our first priestess emeritus, Lady Krystel Hyperell. Lady Krystel is the cousin of my uncle Don Lewis, who is the first priest emeritus, and they are together. They make up the original members of the family whose tradition we continue to celebrate. Lady Krystel is the predecessor to Lady Alyssa in the same way that Lord Don is the predecessor to myself. And in the moment of her passing, it sets a chain of events forward for us as Corellians. Because we are a tradition that is highly in tune and we treasure the ancestors very, very much, we celebrate not only every aspect of our lives, but we celebrate the fact that life continues following the transition. And then even more specifically to Corellianism, we believe in conscious incarnation, and where we have the ability to dictate the conditions of our next lives as a product of our adepthood magically. And so at this time, I would like to call forward Kate to do our invocation of the goddess and the great rain.
I invoke you, Mother Goddess, Het Heru, the Golden One, Goddess of motherhood, fertility, joy, love, music. Join us this evening in our circle, in our work, as we honor Lady Krystel and our ancestors.
Hail and welcome.
Hail and welcome.
Hail to you, Father God, Lord Amun. I do call upon you to descend upon this place and be here with us as we honor Lady Krystel and our ancestors. Move through us, flow through us, empower us, invigorate us. Beloved Father God, hail and welcome.
Hail and welcome.
Behold, the God is not greater than the goddess,
Nor is the goddess greater than the god.
but both
are equal, and neither is complete without the other.
So mote it be. In the name of the goddess and the god, may this chalice be blessed. Cheers. Reverend Tim and Reverend Deb, please join me over here. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. In the name of all Corellians, I do uplift and elevate the spirit of our ancestor, beloved Lady Krystel, high teacher, pioneer, queen in every sense of the word. We uplift your name and we offer up this service for your elevation. I drink of the cup of death in the name of my ancestors. I drink of the cup of life for my descendants. Reverend Nia, please drink from the cup of life. Reverend Diane. Thank you. You guys can all go back down to your seats. At this time, I do present some delicious offerings to our beloved. With the blessings of Anpu, the opener of ways, the one who helps us find our route to the other world, the one who guards us on that path, but also who guides us with instinct and divine discernment. I place this blessing upon our traveler, and upon this blessing, and upon the food that we partake in your honor. May the blessing be. And then, of course, other blessings can be brought up at this time. You can put that right in the back up. And then anything that's off to this side, you can like munch on or pick at, just not off of her plate.
Give him some dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Can I put these on my plate?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, put it all in there.
Did you know that this water of life?
Darkness, light, herself, himself, oneself, forever. 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 Darkness, light, herself, himself, oneself, himself, oneself, forever. Darkness, light, herself, 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 himself, oneself, forever. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so at this time, our first toast to our ancestors, specifically the loving memory of beloved Lady Krystel. To you, may the journey be swift and pleasurable, filled with memories of good times and great deeds. May you feel the love and the connection that we all have for you as we elevate you and uplift you. And may the works that we do today make the life that you have to come so much more easier. So mote it be.
So will it be. May the blessings be upon her.
What? It's a great food.
For those of you who are not yet initiated, who are walking, who are dedicated, who are learning, based on what you have learned so far, and you can come up here if you want to, what do you remember learning? Come on. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. You want to introduce yourselves or no?
Yeah. I'm Evie.
Hi, Evie.
Hi, Evie. Sam.
Hi,
Hi,
Sam.
Sam. I'm Kate.
Hi, Kate. Happy Pride, everyone.
Happy Pride.
Based on what we've been talking about, learning and discussing and practicing so far, what do y'all remember are some of the more core beliefs that we have about living, dying, moving on, existing as spirit versus, I don't know, like a bound energy, or deciding to come back as like a fork? Like, what do you, like, what's our...
We are all one.
Yes, we are. Go ahead. Keep going.
We are all part of the goddess, like her breaking down through the levels to the physical, and we will all eventually return back to her.
What else?
I think the first thing that comes to mind is the mythology of the goddess being reincarnated in humans, and each human life as a part of that return to divinity. And so something that I think about a lot is I don't really, I struggle with the ideas of good or bad, but I think about what is bringing in the direction of divinity versus what is pulling away from divinity.
I mean, much the same as what has already been said. I mean, just like we are meant to experience and feel everything here to bring, and then that is what ultimately brings us closer as we move us back up. And our the lessons learned and whether or not we are ready is determined whether or not we have another lifetime.
And from your recollection, what is the veil and what purpose does it serve?
The veil is what separates our ability to be conscious of our higher selves. And it, with practice and meditation, someone may be able to break through that veil and access their higher self. Some are what's called born old, meaning that they did that practice in see through the veil.
All right. Way to go. So if this was Family Feud and like you had to do the fast money part, like, and you were the first part, you would have got like 158 points towards the 200 needed for $20,000. Nice. What else? Veil. What's it for? What's it do?
So as I understand it, it prevents us from accessing the memories of our previous lives and our understanding of our previous lives.
I think there's a level of protection in that also, because if you're not ready to see something, then it basically protects you from seeing it. And so as you do the work to be able to be ready for those things, then you're able to access them.
Excellent. So there's a part of the veil that shields us from the trauma of multiple lives and some of the stuff that we've done. Maybe as we get better at peeling it back and doing the work and being accountable for our karma, we get more and more of the picture, which allows us to maybe undo those bonds or undo some of those chains. Absolutely. Great job. Thank you, Dedicans. Go ahead and sit down. Let's see. I do want to give a shout out to the people who have already made themselves known in the chat and in like the waiting areas or what have you. So hello to Reverend Zach. Hello to Reverend Ebony. And if I have not caught you, I do apologize. It's a little bit hard for me to see everybody who's in there at this moment. But if you're just tuning in right now, this is the Temple of Holistic Knowledge's live broadcast of our veneration of Lady Krystel. And just talk to some of the temple's dedicants on some of our theology as it comes to, incarnation and being a spirit. Oh, let's see. Reverend Tim, Lord Tim, can you come here, please? Closer. Reverend Tim here. Can you tell us what is a spirit guide?
It's a spirit guide?
Mm-hmm.
Spirit guide is someone in the spirit realm that helps give us information that we need in our daily lives. It can be an ancestor. It can be a totem, an animal. It can be a loved one that has passed on before, or not necessarily relative. But it is part of your essence that helps bring you information in your daily lives.
Mm-hmm. Good job. Good job. To the spirit guides. One thing that I maybe want to touch on that might be controversial. Not every body who dies becomes an ancestor. Ancestor is a choice that we make, and it is very similar to the concept of a bodhisattva. If you're familiar with that from the Buddhist, Tibetan Buddhist perspective, an ancestor is someone who, within their family line or within their lineage, they choose to forego enlightenment. Like they get there, they have it, they get a bit of it, have the experience of the all-encompassing unity, but they choose to come back to help other in their lineage. So dad might not choose to do that when he gets enlightened, but would be the ancestor for the generation that very many people remembered. The choice to become an ancestor is made before we get into this life. And the ancestors go to a different place than all of the other people who are dead. Ancestors return to maybe the well of the ancestors or the hall of the ancestors, or a particular pocket dimension where they all go together and they continue to refine their knowledge, they continue to help illuminate, and they just keep coming back over and over and over and over and over again. But then also, new souls can choose to be ancestors after particular lifetimes. Like someone, has an experience in a life one time, and maybe they're not the oldest of souls, but like they might not be the brand newest of soul. They might wake up one day or have an experience in life one day and you know what? There's more to it than this. And that might be the aha moment or the sa moment that helps them live their life in a way that starts undoing the karma and what have you. And then from that point on, they continue doing that, work off all the karma, and they're like, you know what? The world needs more people who know about this. They come back down and then they help. And then that's how, in one generation, my dad might not be an ancestor, but then 10 generations from now, he gets reincarnated, has to be on the guillotine for some reason, has his come to ancestors moment, makes the choice. You gotta think about it like that. But not everyone who lives and then passes away will become an ancestor or will make that choice. The choice to become an ancestor is one of service. And we do, it's not so uncommon that each of us doesn't have an ancestor in our family lineage. And one of the things that we can all do is do the familial piety or the family piety, which is you honor the spirits of all of your relatives who have passed away so that they all become strong, they all become aware that they can make the choice to become an ancestor or become a guide or do something with the other part of their life that is good for your lineage, for your family. And then for those of us who are a part of the tradition we are initiated, we have multiple sets of ancestors. We have our family of origin, then we have our spiritual ancestors. And then aside from that, there are other categories of ancestors, like ideological ancestors. And so you might consider someone like Harriet Tubman and John Brown to be ideological ancestors. You might consider, You might consider Carl Jung an ideological ancestor. Marsha P. Johnson, you might consider an ideological ancestor. These are people who contribute ideas that really change the way that humanity is heading, or they change the way that life is for a bunch of people. And then you can also have environmental ancestors who, not with what they think or what have you, but the way that they treat the world or treat the earth, or the way that they organize their ideas to impact how we live and where we live. So discovering the peanut would be an environmental thing. Discovering electricity and using that would be an environmental kind of thing. If you get the difference to that, their contribution to all of humanity and changing how we function. bringing light inside and all of that. So those are the different kinds of classifications of ancestors that can exist. And we all have ancestors, like actual ancestors who are like, you know what, I'm going back to help. We've all got ancestors who are here just for us. We all have the guides who are here just for us. And the difference between a guide and an ancestor is that a guide doesn't have to have had to have been a human and then passed away to be helping us. It could be any other manner of spiritual construct. So think about that for a second. And I want to maybe give everyone an opportunity to connect with ancestors from your family of origin real quick. And if you know that when they were alive, they might have had a problem like being in a circle, you don't have to call them, but you could also trust and elect to trust that their crossing has given them some insight if you want to go that route. But if you don't want to think about or connect with any of your less than favorite ancestors at this time, you absolutely don't have to. But breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth and start to think about one or two favorite ancestors that you can think of. And think about deceased relatives that you want to connect with.
Phoenix?
Yes.
Is it advisable that we actually had known them or just known of them?
So in the case of the ancestor, you might not have actually known them, right? So in the case of like Dr. Martin Luther King, not have known him. But so in the ancestor case, you don't have to have known them. But in the relative case, you want to have known them. Is that helpful? Mm-hmm. Okay. And for those of you who are tuning in at home, go ahead and think of an ancestor, capital A, someone who has done something for humanity, has contributed to humanity in some way. And then think of a family relative that you would like to support. Right now, when I point at you with this incense, I want you to say the ancestor's name out loud.
The ancestor.
Who?
I'm confused, sorry.
Ancestor, the one who made the contribution to humanity.
Oh, honestly, it was Levita who was just talking to me. So,
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Levita.
Levita, thank you.
Back to my looking good.
I'm still thinking Abraham Lincoln.
I was also thinking of Dr.
W.S. Merwin.
Uh-huh. Martin Luther King. Now relative.
My mother.
My mother.
Catherine Renee.
W.E.B. Du Bois. And my great-grandfather. You all have incense. Come on up and light them on the altar and say some prayers to your ancestors and to your relatives. You can say them out loud, you can say them in your head. And then once you're done, stick it in the ground in front of the altar. Visualize the smoke from those incense carrying our prayers up to the heavens. If anyone wants to, you can pour some of our drink of immortality onto the ground for them. Or if you want some more, you can have some more of that too. It's a special occasion drink. The first one was only for the high priesthood. The second one was for initiates only. The combined cocktail is for everybody celebrating. So if you do want some more, just put your cup up. I'll come and give you some more. If you want some specifically so you can pour it out, you can do that too, no problem. But it's all celebration. And so if you from any hood area, like you might recognize pouring some out for the homies, like out of a 40-ounce glass or whatever, it's the same concept. For the ones who are not with us, we remember them. And we love them. Mm-hmm. When you drink it and you stay young and beautiful forever. You don't believe me, but wait until 10,000 years pass and you're like, damn, is that crow's feet? What's that recipe? What's one of the memories that you have with the relative that you named, Reverend Mia?
He used to walk around in his Speedo to try to make everybody like laugh and stuff like that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Fun times.
Yeah, he's a good dog.
What do you remember?
Visiting her in Florida and things like leaving a box of crayons in the car in the Florida heat and then having like this rainbow block, which was not necessarily disappointing.
Mm-hmm. What do you remember?
My dad worked all 3 shifts, 7 days on, 2 days off. I didn't get to see him a whole lot on 2 of the 3 shifts. But when he was in a good mood, he liked to play games. He loved to play cards, but didn't think anybody else could play cards. He always said, why do you gotta learn how to play cards? But when between 13 and 15, he would play a game with me called 6 Inches, which he always cheated at.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
No.
6 inches is from here to here.
Okay.
So he put his hand up to my arm like this, and he'd have to punch through. Me first. Of course, I would punch straight. He would back up. Being 3 times my size, knocked me halfway through the fridge. You know?
Mm-hmm. Tough guy.
Good memories.
Tough guy. What do you remember?
She actually died before I could remember her, but I was the first grandchild. So, at least at the time I was her favorite.
Word.
And I know that she has a very playful spirit, and also she's very protective of me. To go after people for me.
I heard. Cool. Thank you. What do you remember?
My mother, so many things. But I think as relevant to this is that she really taught me the power of prayer. And she told a story about my father who was going off to World War II. and she prayed, and she did a novena, or she went to some shrine or something, and she said, I can handle it if he gets wounded, but let him come home alive and in one piece. So my father was shot. He was one of the first ones to reach the beach at Normandy, and he was shot on the beach of Normandy, and he was transported to England, and they were going to remove his leg, and a doctor was coming out of another operating room and said, what are you going to do to him? And they said, we're going to remove the leg, and he said, I think I can save the leg if I remove a bone. So that's what he did. So my dad came home wounded but alive in one piece. My mother always took the credit for that.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you. Sam, what do you remember about the relative that you called on?
There's a lot of things, but I think the one thing that's like very important to me, especially right now, is like she would always just like randomly just like burst out into song or dance around a house, and like it would always be like terrible 80s music, but like she would always teach me to like love them and like just love being alive.
That's cool. Thank you, Sam. And Reverend Deb, what do you remember?
He was my older brother. He was my protector. He was the funniest person in the world. He was the smartest person in the world. He had nothing but random facts. Like if I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, he would be my phone a friend because he knew something about everything. So I miss him dearly.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that he's with me always.
Mm-hmm. Some more to be. And what do you remember, or what did you learn from the ancestor that you called on?
I was thinking about an ancestor that I have that is causing trouble for the family, one that's not healed. And I was told to be more objective about it and not to think of it as someone harming my family, but someone that is hurt and harming, so that I'm able to, I guess, deal with it differently, not feel so angry, have a clearer mind, I guess. Yeah.
Ashe. Amen. Some more to be. What do you remember, or what did you learn from the ancestor that you invoked? Let me make sure you're in here. There you go.
So I invoked W.S. Merwin, who is a poet who started publishing in the 50s, and in the late 70s, he moved to a pineapple plantation, a former pineapple plantation in Hawaii that had been completely destroyed and overfarmed. And he basically spent the rest of his life rehabilitating this, overfarmed plantation, just piece by piece planting palm trees. And by the time he passed away, just a few years ago, he had created this incredible palm forest that has now some of the most rare palm species in the world. And it's the Merwin Conservancy. And just his life and his poetry really embody a value set and an ethos that resonates very deeply with who I am and what I believe. And so, being able to see him go into a place where we as white people have destroyed, and to go in and just piece by piece make amends and make contribution, I think is something that's really important. And as I've been evaluating my end of life documents and my end of life plans, it's something that I have been holding near and dear to me in thinking about what is a legacy, what matters about a legacy, and how can I follow in those footsteps in a way.
That's pretty powerful. That is pretty powerful indeed. What did you learn from the ancestor you invoked?
Really, I was just thinking about how hard Martin Luther King fought for equality, and how he was like soft.
Mhm.
But he was a strong leader, and he never backed down from what he believed in. And I was just thinking about how much this world is turning against these beliefs right now, and how much we need that again. Whether it's one person who steps up or multiple people who step up, it shouldn't be just one person, but like that strength. We need people who are willing to not back down from what they believe in, and even in their own small little ways, make the world better. It doesn't have to infect the entire country, but even if it affect the people around them, it's ultimately going to make something better.
Thank you, y'all. What did you learn from the ancestor you called on?
I also called on Dr. King. I also called on Dr. King, and to build on what she said, I learned from him that it's our responsibility to control our own selves and not to control others. And in so doing, uh, our goals can be achieved without resorting to forcing other people into it.
Heard. How about you, Reverend Diana?
So great. Resolve the whole thing. Instead of just talking about freedom and equality, they could have done something about it and actually made people equal and free. And they didn't. And so Martin Luther King, I mean, think of how long a period of time that is from the founding of the U.S. to King in the 60s. So I think from him a peaceful protest, but also needing to speak out and not be quiet about things, not to just kind of say, well, that's the way things are. That's the way they're always going to be. No, it doesn't have to be that way. We have the ability and power to change things, because he did.
And believe it or not, that's a cardinal lesson from the ancestors. They're constantly calling on us to use our strength, use our power, use our voices, become a bit more active in how we demonstrate our existence. Good job, Reverend Diana. Sam, what did you learn from the ancestor that you called on?
Diligence, boldness, and audacity. Because it's Pride Month, and like one thing that there is an issue in the queer community as a whole is our tendency to want to party instead of like doing the like work that we need to do in order to make change. And that was something that still resonates with me, that Marsha made a point to have a speech on, like during like one of the earliest prides. Like her and Rivera, they were up there on the microphone, basically like um chiding the white queers that were there. And they made a point, like, yeah, pride can be a party, pride can be celebration, but we also have to remember that it started out as a protest. And it's about community, it's about fighting for community, and it's about fighting against oppression, not just for us, but for everybody. Because we're not free unless we're all free.
So motive B. So motive B. And Lady Deb, what did you learn from the ancestor that you called on?
I called on Abraham Lincoln because, like everyone else, he is one person that gave his life to make change. Not only in our country, because our country is always divided. It's always been divided. I don't think it's ever been as divided as it was during his time. And he's one of the people that literally gave his life to work a compromise, to see both sides of the issue and to have the patience to come to some agreement, conclusion that not only changed the course of our country, but the course of countries all over the world. And I just think that his contribution is just a single man. To do that much is like phenomenal.
So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So you've all been given another incense. That's for the new spirits that we have called on. Start another round of prayers for them. Come on in and stick them in the ground. I'm going to make some more offerings for our spirits.
Very excited to be here.
The birds will be happy. And the chipmunks and the squirrels. And if there's any rabbits.
And the fairies. Well, it's essentially in the forest this weekend.
And so this line of conversation highlights how our ceremonies actually have an impact on multiple, like it's not just us spiritually, of course, but like there's going to be some critters who live in this park who are going to eat our offerings, and it's going to have an impact on them. Hooray us.
Hefty.
They're gonna get drunk.
I was gonna say the girls are gonna get drunk.
It can get as drunk as they want. It's Friday.
Exactly.
So of course we made offerings of candles, we made offerings of incense, we made offering of spirits, of food, of laughter, of memories and stories, passing on information. All great ways to celebrate our divine connection with each other. Everyone come a little bit closer. Let's join hands. We're gonna get our sacred silicone 3 times. And this time we're doing it with the intention of opening a cosmic door between our physical realm and our astral realm, so that the energy that we are raising is delivered exactly to where we intend it to go. We intended to go to Lady Krystel, we intended to go to the ancestors, and we intended to go to the spirits of our relatives for all of the betterment, for all of the uplifting, for all of the wonderful outcomes. Because even though we are celebrating a death right now, it is still a joyous occasion in which we get to get together and celebrate our combined practice of magic and divinity, like as divine people. Feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Deep inhale through your nose. Oh. At this moment, is anyone in the circle? Actually, before I say that, Lady Krystel has passed on, and she's going through that process or that transition. And in our tradition, we allow our ancestors, we allow our deceased to have a full year before we start begging them for shit, before we start knocking on their door, before we start, coming with our hands out. So for the full year, we're just making offerings, we're just offering prayers, we are just elevating Lady Krystel. So when we do look for an oracle or petition for an oracle, we don't really have the expectation that it's going to be her today. Maybe her mother, maybe her grandmother, maybe her sister, maybe her aunties, like anything like that. Maybe the combined energy of the ancestors, but we do not expect for Lady Krystel to come through. And we don't want to put any of that pressure on anyone to be like, yeah, like I know, this blessed lady just crossed over, but this is what she's talking about. We don't want that pressure like on anyone. It's consistent with tradition that, she's gonna chill out for a year, gather herself, recover from planet Earth a little bit, and then once that year is over, back at it, working at it. So just keep that in mind. But with that being said, is anyone receiving any particular kind of energetic feedback or any spiritual feedback at all? Family of origin, tradition, ancestors, what might you be receiving? Sam, can I come to you? The ancestors are discussing that you might want to look out for someone with the name of Angela to cross your path in the next couple of days. And when that person does cross your path or communicate with you, it's going to be for a good reason. I'm getting 2 thumbs up in your direction.
I'm getting a visual of the fertile soil, rejuvenated soil, and a reminder that no matter how barren earth or dirt may seem, we always have the ability to nourish it and to revitalize it.
I'm being told to be authentic, to be genuine, to be true to ourselves, to do what's right and not let ourselves be led by what other people tell us is right, but we know in our heart is not.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Marcus. Okay.
say to your ancestor, make him happy.
Thank you. We do give thanks for the spirits who have assembled here. We want to continue to encourage our spiritual guests to communicate with us and speak to us through the forms that we are most able to receive. Everyone else, breathe in through your nose, allow your channels to open. Give yourself permission for our assembled guests to talk to us. Remind ourselves that we're calling on this for the betterment of ourselves and our communities. Beatrice, thank you. Sylvia, thank you. All right, deep exhale. Let go of any connection that you might have been nurturing at this time. And allow yourself to ground deep into the earth. Any energy that's been raised. Right. Visualize all the energy that we raised. It's still flowing through that door that we opened. Spread open those arms. Inhale through your nose, and as you exhale, visualize that door closing as you go from Isis to Osiris, okay? Good job. Visualize that door closed. The one that we opened with our ohms closed. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, we thank you for being here with us, for aiding us in receiving our offerings. We thank you for participating in this working. We pray that you are uplifted and elevated, strengthened, and that our connection to you is strengthened and uplifted and elevated. We call upon you for the upcoming year to remind us of our responsibilities to ourselves and to the great family, and that you empower us to be fully capable of handling these responsibilities and carrying them out fully. I do call upon you, O beloved ancestors, to place your special blessing upon us one more time before you retreat from this place. Cleanse us and purify us. Help us to move through our specific traumas and karmas. Renew us in your sight, O ancestors, so that anything that we might be on the hook for, we actually emerge blameless for. Cleanse us and wash us, O ancestors, as you retreat from this place. Take with you anything that makes us less than worthy of your gift of grace. Beloved ancestors, hail and farewell.
Hail and farewell.
Beloved Father God, Amun, Atun, Ra, Ta, Creator in all your forms, I do thank you for being here, being with us, lending us your power and your energy for this working, and your attention for this working. I do hereby retreat from your presence, knowing that you are always alive in my heart. Go now and let peace always be between us. Hail and farewell.
Hail and farewell.
Mother Goddess, Het Heru, Hathor, the Golden One, thank you for bringing your blessings upon us today, the blessings of life, of love, of the sun, fertility. We thank you and we honor you. Go now and let peace always be between us. Hail and farewell.
Hail and farewell.
Quarters? You were in the quarters, right? Yeah. North,
That way.
west. Yep. Yep.
So
You go back.
North, this way.
okay, this way.
Yep. And then you're going that
Beautiful.
way. Yep.
All right. As all of you guardians of the North, I thank you for being here and uplifting our ancestors. We thank you for all the work that you did. Hail and farewell.
Hail and farewell.
Guardians of the West, we thank you for being here, providing your support. Say if you will, go if you must. Hail and farewell.
Hail and farewell.
Guardians of the South. Guardians of the South, we thank you for being here and providing your support, your assistance, and your power. Stay if you will, go if you must. Hail and farewell.
Hail and farewell.
Guardians of the East, we thank you for being here with us, providing your power, your support, and your guidance. Stay if you will, go if you must. Hail and farewell.
Hail and farewell. Good job. As above,
So below.
as the universe,
So.
as without,
So within.
the circle is open, but never
Broken. Merry do we meet, merry do we part, merry do we meet again.
Lady Ebony's still there?
Lady Ebony might still be there.
Hi, Lady Ebony.
Hi, Your Grace. We miss you.
Hi, Rev Rob. Rob Medina popped in.
Hi, Rob.
I can't even figure out how to tell who all came in. Reverend Zach came for a little bit. But now I don't remember who was here. Rob. It's not
Just
showing.
Rob.
Someone named Vivian. We had a few people. I can't tell all who, but I'm gonna end the stream now. Actually, I'm not gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna turn the camera and the microphone off because we're gonna pick this back up at 9:30 in an hour when Lady Alyssa joins me in here for First Priesthood Chat, which is gonna happen at the same link. So we're just gonna take a little bit of a break, do some relocating, and then we're gonna pick back up with a couple more hours of honoring and elevating beloved Lady Krystel. So thank y'all for joining me so far, and come back at 9:30. That's where we're gonna be. Hey, everybody. It's your boy, Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams. We just broke down our ritual spot for our study group this evening. And I just want to pop in to let everybody know that we will be returning right here at this link in about a half hour's time for First Priesthood Chat, where we're going to continue with the memory of beloved Lady Krystel and discussing the Corellian approaches to living and dying in the afterlife. So come on back at 9:30 p.m. and it'll be a whole lot more interactive. Love you lots. Blessed be. Greetings and salutations, everyone. It is your boy, Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams, and I'm just popping in during our break to remind everyone, in case you didn't hear the last announcement, we are going to be returning at this link at 9:30 p.m. to start tonight's first priesthood chat, where we're going to continue the vigil type activities um, and continue elevating Lady Krystel, continuing to talk about Corellian teachings related to living and dying and incarnation and things along that line. I do expect to be joined by our first priestess, Lady Alyssa, who is, aside from Uncle, who is Lady Krystel's whole like blood cousin. Like those two are the great family. Um, they're the direct descendants of the one who made our tradition public and set us up with the teachings or what have you. Aside from Uncle Don, from Lord Don, I would probably say that Lady Alyssa is likely going to be above everyone else, the one who feels this greatly, being the successor to Lady Krystel, being the one that she chose to fill her shoes when she did make this transition. Um, so at this time, in between programming, I do want to encourage everyone to send some love, some energy, some support for Lady Alyssa, because at this time, there's something energetically happening. Lady Alyssa no longer has to share the first priestess energy and the first priestess power with Lady Krystel. Um, and so, at this point, Lady Alyssa is the one who's responsible for the sanctity of our lineage. She's responsible for primarily like we're all responsible for it, to a degree, but like the buck stops with Lady Alyssa when it comes to the sanctity of our lineage and the strength of our relationship with the ancestors. And so I do want to ask everyone to remember that and keep that in mind when you are saying your prayers for the ancestors and for the relatives of our family and what have you. I do also want to take a moment to encourage everyone to utilize this occasion to strengthen your connection, not just with the Corellian ancestors, but also with the ancestors that make up your family of origin. All right, so I'll leave you with that for now, and I'll be back with you at 9:30. Hello, everyone. Once again, your boy is back. And as you can see, we're in a different setting now. We no longer we're in the residential area. And so we're getting ready for First Priesthood Chat, which is ran by myself and Lady Alyssa. So when she get here, we will commence with that. And then, of course, anyone else who wants to join us for First Priesthood Chat, you want to come on camera, we absolutely could do that. I've been sending the link out throughout the day so that folks who want to join us during this time sure can. But yeah, we just got to wait for folks to come in. See who we get tonight. I noticed that Reverend Zach has been here for a while. Thanks for lending us your energy and attention. And then, of course, I did send the link out to Lady Alyssa, sent it out to put it in Under the Hill, where we regularly congregate, online, put it in some groups. So let's see who feels called or compelled to show up and hang out for this particular celebration. So far, we had Pam pass through, we had Reverend Ebony pass through, we had Vivian pass through. We had an AI viewer. We had Reverend Mary Hawk. We had Reverend Rob. We had a few people pass through so far and show us some love and add their energy that we're raising for the ancestors on the occasion of Lady Krystel's passing. So it looks like Lady Alyssa is running behind, which happens every once in a while. Also, you could interact in the chat room if you want to add your prayers. You can, if you want to, you could comment like underneath wherever you see this video. So if you see it, or like if you tune in from Discord, you could comment on Discord, it'll come to me. If you watch it on YouTube, you could comment on YouTube, it'll come to me. If you're watching on Facebook, you could comment on Facebook and it'll come to me. And this part, the chat part, will be a lot more interactive than the group service that we just did about an hour ago. It's hard being on video by myself, especially when I was thinking other people was gonna be joining me. Like some folks said they was gonna come, but we'll see. I wonder if anyone tried to go to the other link. Who we got here? Oh, we got Reverend Alyssa. All right, here we go.
I think you have to. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Hey, hey.
Hey, babe.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Am I
How's
live? Am I
Yeah,
on places? Okay.
yeah. Everybody can see you. Everybody can hear you. So greetings and salutations.
Greetings and salutations.
How you doing? How you feeling? How you been?
Good. How about you?
Hanging in there.
How's the vigil
Hanging
going?
in there. It's going really well. We did live broadcast the whole thing from study group, and we talked about ancestors, of course. We talked about Lady Krystel. We talked about the like what makes an ancestor versus like a deceased relative. We talked a little bit about conscious incarnation. We made offerings, of course. Um, I brought out, I brought out the mead that I made, and I brought out a special potion for beauty and immortality that all the third degrees got to drink, but nobody else.
Nice.
And then I brought out a different cup that was so all of the third degrees got to drink out of the cup of death. All of the initiates got to drink out of the cup of life. And then the potion and the offering for the ancestors was a potion out of both.
Nice.
I did not give much theology about that stuff. Only that we were, we was having a little toasty toast with our discarnate. Oh crap, I forgot my beer inside. Whatever. And so we called on the Corellian ancestors and Lady Krystel. Well, we didn't specifically call on Lady Krystel. We called on the folks who were going to be supporting Lady Krystel, and energized all of the ancestors as a whole instead of like specifically like trying to wake her up.
Okay.
Um,
Nice.
I talked about the resting period that we were like we talked about like the year-long resting period that we don't actually expect or petition newly transitioned ancestors. Like we let them get their bearings, we let them receive their offerings, we let them, recollide with some of the other ancestors that maybe they have been apart from in this particular life. Once that year is over, or in the event that Lady Krystel wants to bully her way in with like an oracle or whatever, like that be the case. But like no one is under any particular pressure to receive an oracle from Lady Krystel, and Lady Krystel is not under any particular pressure to provide us with an oracle sooner than she is willing.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically where we was at.
Nice.
And I did ask everyone to specifically remember you kindly, compassionately, and gently, because this is a large transition for you as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You know me. Is there anything that you want to share?
What?
Is there anything that you want to share or talk about?
Not yet.
Okay.
I did find that book, so I can read that at some point. That one I was looking for at the last vigil.
I don't even remember. Not the tarot one, right? Oh, okay. That cover
It's a
looks like it
children's
could be
book.
a vision symbol.
It's called The Mountains of Tibet.
Did you
It's
hear me?
about reincarnation. Yeah, it does look like it could be a vision symbol. You want me to read it?
Sure. You don't have to do it right now, but yeah, absolutely. I would love,
Okay, I will.
love that.
I will read it. But it's an okay day.
Mm-hmm.
I had a candle going for Lady Krystel.
Mm-hmm.
Which burned straight down with no wax, high steady flame for 2 hours.
One of the candles dripped. It was a pillar candle, I guess they're called. They stand up by themselves, but they're not encased in glass. Is that a pillar candle? Yeah.
Mhm.
So some of the wax dripped off of that onto the altar cloth, and it made the shape of Florida.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Someone suggested that Florida was going to secede, and that's what the ancestors were telling us.
Guess we'll see.
Mm-hmm. And then we still have to make the announcement of the mourning period.
Yes.
We could probably do that tonight while we could do this right now, huh?
We could.
um,
1 year in mourning robes. Let's go. First time in 8 years.
right. Do you think the discarnate wears mourning robes every time an ancestor elects to be born? It's like hi. Did you check the timeline they were in before you made that decision?
That's funny.
One of the things that I did do is I brought on the dedicants, and you know all of them except one. So you know Sam and you know Kate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have not met Evie yet, but I brought those three on, and just like on the spot was like, so from your place as a dedicant studying towards initiation, what do you remember learning about our Corellian beings as, living versus discarnate, the veil, and, these kinds of things? And they really nailed it. Like, they did a great job. I was very proud of them.
That's awesome. Our dedicants are so hardworking
Oh yeah,
and committed.
Reverend Mia, who had her first degree initiation in Nashville, did all the quarter calls. Kate invoked the goddess and did the great rite with me. Um, it was cute. It was a nice little ritual, and everyone was able to do their parts without a script.
Very nice.
Reverend Diana did the altar devotional, cleanse and charge the space. It was cute. I love having a full temple.
You'll have another high priestess there soon, huh?
Yeah. Yep. Well, maybe not soon, but eventually. Reverend Diana is. I don't want to talk about Reverend Diana behind her back, but I'm gonna just go ahead and say, like, I've always been like proud of and impressed with her approach to her studies, to her spirituality, the way that she expresses herself, the way that she leads us in public group prayer. I've always, I've always been endeared toward Reverend Diana.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love Reverend Tim too.
I love it when you brag on your temple members.
I got 2 devices on right now. I think I can switch leadership, but I can't do that.
I can't hear you. There's like a weird clicky noise thing going on. Like a baby alien in your phone. Oh,
That should be that. I had 2 devices on, and they were doing that weird echo off each other microphone thing.
you're very hard to hear.
You still can't hear me?
No, there's like a weird click thing going on. Like running water with aliens.
Yikes.
Oh,
Is that better?
yes.
Excellent. Is it still better?
Yeah.
Even more excellent. I had 2 devices on. Huh?
It came back for a second. Now it's gone.
Damn. I was trying to switch which device I was controlling the stream from because my phone was starting to run out of juice, but it won't let me switch into my other device anymore. It used to let us do that.
Mm.
We put our AC on today for the first time.
Mine's been on.
What temperature
Hot
does the
here.
house have to be in for you to be
It's
like,
been in the 90s here.
oh, we ain't get that yet. I don't even think we got 80s in Buffalo yet. You did? Oh, 87. We got 83. Good for us. How are the girls? Or the children?
Good.
You said they were good?
Yeah, they're good.
That's good. How was bedtime?
How was what?
Bedtime.
Bedtime was good. Naughty always fights going to sleep, so yep. 3 trips to the bathroom, 4 trips back and forth from the bed to the chair. She lucky, she's cute.
Rob said his AC is on all year long.
I know. I don't think I can see the chat.
Do you see
Oh,
that?
there it is. Yep, I can see it now. Rob would have liked the air conditioner at the hotel in Nashville. The thing made my room frigid.
Yeah, sure did.
It's like
Sure
sleeping in
did.
the Arctic.
Fan. We're a fan. We're
Yep.
absolutely a fan. What
Where's
do you
our
think?
usual crew?
Right. And I sent the
Should I
link.
pop into the other thing? Well, they're all probably all gone by now.
Probably.
I thought most of them saw it.
Alas.
Come do Vigil with us.
We shall see. Are you sleeping?
Mm-hmm.
Rob was remarking on my AC from Pennsylvania. I would say the rooms in Pennsylvania were very comfortable, the one that I was in. But that hotel in general could really kick rocks with no socks.
Mm-hmm.
Anything on your mind? Any particular teaching you wanna reminisce about?
Hmm. Oh, I could tell a Lady Krystel story.
Mm-hmm.
So the first time no, was it the first year? Yeah, trying to think what year it was. So it was 2007. So it was the second year that I met her. We had illustration in Rossville, Illinois, which is where Witch School at that time had a brick and mortar store. I don't think it's very far from Danville. And Lord Don lived in this old Victorian house. Basically, I think it was like practically across the street from I lost Phoenix. Y'all can wait for the story until Phoenix gets back. There you are. Oh, maybe not. You there?
I'm here.
I'm very staticky, and your camera's off. There we go.
You still staticky?
Yeah. Oh, now it's gone. Mostly. Weird noise. No static. Static. No static. Static. No static. Oh, we lost your camera though. Let's try to restream. Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to leave. Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to leave. Your mouth is moving, but I can't hear you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Is it better?
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay. So, in Rossville. So Lord Don lived, I think it was kind of across the street from the Witch School store in this old Victorian house called Hezekiah House. And Hezekiah House used to be a funeral home, which is fun. But Lord Don lived there with Lady Debbie. And that's where we had lustration. And there's a big yard. And the morning of lustration, I was sitting on the porch with Lady Krystel. And we were kind of just standing there, and out in the yard, everybody was like preparing for ritual. And Lord Don was out there walking around, and people were setting up and doing all these things. And the light was filtering through the trees. And Lady Krystel was just like, looked at me, and she's like, "You have your camera?" I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "Come here, stand right here, and just take a picture." So I did, of course. Lady Krystel tells you to take a picture, you take a freaking picture. So I stood up, and I stood right where she told me to stand, and I took a picture. And she was like, "The light is perfect." That was it. Oh, I can't hear you again.
Fun times.
Yeah, it was.
Fun time. Fun times.
Fun time.
And that's an example of something that you get to having. Like, it's not going to go anywhere until the sheathing of your brain starts, like the myelin sheathing on your synapses, on your dendrites, on your, what do you call them? Geez, the
Myelin.
what's the phrase? The myelin sheathing is on the axon terminal. Boom,
Yeah.
that's the phrase I was looking for. So the myelin sheathing wears down on your axon terminals. You will keep that memory. Like, you and Lady Krystel will exist in that plane of existence, in that sphere together for all eternity.
I
And
still
like
have that picture.
in that particular memory, you could always go back to that place and visit her and ask for new insight that has nothing to do with that moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's time magic.
You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Because that porch was absolutely a moment in time that Lady Krystel and I shared.
Mm-hmm. And so Rob just shared, it sucks that he was not able to meet her. I remember her from all of the YouTube videos that we used to watch. So yes, Rob, like she was all over the YouTube. One of the ones in particular that sticks out for me is the one that she did on tarot, where she went one by one through the cards and gave us meanings and alternative meanings. And when it came to second degree and I was studying the tarot, I could just put that on in my headphones while I was riding to class in the morning in undergrad. You know, like I got an 8 a.m. Spanish class. All right, I'm gonna listen to Lady Krystel just talk about the cards, like and just like build these connections in my head. Like I didn't write nothing down, I didn't study nothing, I didn't memorize anything. I just listened to her talk about it, and then just like replay the video over and over and over. Like, you know what? Thank you, Reverend Rob. It might be a good idea to like try to pull out some of the videos with her in there and highlight them over this year. Thank you, Reverend Rob. Like I'm so here for that.
Mm-hmm.
I might act like that was your idea. Who we got here? Oh, Reverend Michael is here. We about to let Reverend Michael on.
Oh,
Reverend Michael, what's going on? How you doing?
good. How are you, sir?
Doing pretty decently. Thanks for joining us on this special link for tonight. I know it's different than what the other
Yeah.
nights are.
I needed to be here.
Heard it, understood. So of course, like it's first priesthood chat right now, but we also talking about Lady Krystel. We're talking about Corellian approaches to living and dying and incarnation, karma, reincarnation, and stuff like that. So like that's what the conversation is about. And of course, like that's very broad topic.
I can't hear with the air conditioner on. Okay.
Reverend Multimedia.
What's that?
Were you ever able to meet Lady Krystel?
I think I met with her back in '04 or something like that. When '03 when over at the Gray Elephant and all that. But I didn't really interact with her that much because I was new in the tradition, so I just kind of more in the one of my mentor at the time. Of course, the mentor is no longer in the tradition. Was moved on after the breakup in '06 or something like that.
Phoenix, you still there? Nope.
Well, it looked like me, only you and me. Did he get us up?
Yeah. Oops. Do you have any ancestor stories you'd like to relate?
Not really.
What was that?
Unfortunately, I do not. How about you?
I just told Lady Krystel one.
Okay.
I don't know how to access that. Sorry, someone's asking me if they can come in, and I don't think I have the power to do that.
Yes, you do.
There you are.
Oh, Zach.
Hey, Reverend Zach.
Hi, Lady Alyssa. How are you?
I'm well.
Long time no talk to you, Zach.
Witty as always.
Zach's had a lot of interaction with Lady Krystel. Do you have any stories?
I remember the first time I met her before this, but the first time I met you, Lady Alyssa, was actually the first time I spent any quality time with Lady Krystel, or I guess I should be saying beloved Krystel now. And she did, I think, the second or third time I've ever seen a summoning of spirits to do messages,
Mm-hmm.
which
message
was
circle.
great. Yeah, which was great because we were at a former mortuary, and Uncle Lord Don, that is, didn't tell me. Oh, hey, the room you're sleeping in happens to be in the embalming room, where this person previously also had passed away in this room. One of the former employees or owner. I don't quite remember the detail on that one, but yeah, I still remember her entire thing during that message circle and how much attention she gave to each individual during each part of it. It wasn't this vague sort of general message. It was a very specific message related to a very specific thing, very clearly communicated as well, where it's like, oh, hey, this person has a message about this very particular topic. This is what they're saying, and elaborating on it.
Yeah, her message circles were quite cool. I do them in her style. I do them.
You're breaking up, Alicia.
Your sound is crackling.
That's Phoenix.
And
Can't
Lord
hear me at all.
Phoenix, you're muted. We can hear you, but it's cutting in and out really badly.
I don't hear Reverend Phoenix at all.
Yeah, Lord Phoenix is muted. No. However, awesome view, but no.
Still breaking up. Weird. Fine on my end.
I like your arms crossed like that, Zach. What you going to sleep?
No, just a comfortable position to be in right now. Bro.
I guess it's just the two of us now.
I'm sure they'll return shortly.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Let me figure out how to do that. I heard you. I heard the thing.
Me too, but I don't know how to do that either.
I apparently killed my camera while doing that. Okay. Let's see. Not chat. Okay. Someone entered the back room, I think, or was that you? Okay. Oh.
Technical difficulties.
The joys of modern technology.
Somebody's trying to come in. Um,
Hi.
We can hear you.
hello. Oh, no,
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
no.
Bayorn, you want to stay up here? That way they can have some time?
Okay. Oops. Was there and gone. There. You're there now.
I
Peter's
think
gone,
we need to
but
make offerings to the technical gods.
Can you hear me? Super weird. Phoenix was doing that earlier. Breaking up. I don't know how to fix it.
you're breaking up.
I'm aware. Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay.
Welcome back.
The restream demons are at it.
Hey, you know how I feel about Restream.
Brother?
Can you hear me?
Yes, but we cannot see you.
I cannot see you.
But we can imagine you.
Did we miss an offering? Did we have to do one at the top of the hour?
What's that?
I was trying to talk to Phoenix. We did.
I think the answer to your question might be yes.
Done? No. Done on the phone?
What question?
About missing an offering, because
Yeah. All right. I can fix that. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me. Blessed are you, and blessed is the name we share. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me. Blessed are you, and blessed is the name we share. Missing a line there. It's not coming to me right now. To you is all honor. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. All honor is yours. Yeah. It is a big room. You can't get back. It was offering liquor. This is Lady Krystel's favorite. I ask that the ancestors honor us as we honor you. We may pray together and be as one family in the great work. Hail to you, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me now and in all times and in all ways. Ancestors of the Corellian tradition, priestesses and priests, mothers and uncles of our lineage, spiritual family which aids and supports us. Lend us your inspiration and your guidance now and at all times, we pray. Do not forget us, for we will never forget you. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share. And you is all honor. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit. I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share. To you is all honor. So will it be. I've always loved the strong connection we have to the beloved dead. It's always something that resonated with me.
active and present.
Active and present. I've told this story before, but it can't hurt. When I had my first degree initiation, and I walked blindfolded into the temple, and I was standing at the gate, and all of a sudden, my robes moved against my leg, like a breeze almost, and it moved. It felt like I was being circled, like people were walking around me in a circle. And I just heard voices, women's voices. Welcome, welcome home, welcome back. You are loved, you are needed, you belong. Circling. And I heard them with my real ears. It was very physical. I thought it was actually happening because I was blindfolded. I'd been in isolation for over an hour. I was very much in a meditative state. I only found out after my turn had gone, and the next initiate was brought over to be blessed and welcomed into the temple. And I was waiting for it to happen again because it had been so beautiful. It was such a poignant, beautiful moment. And it didn't happen. And the next person came in, and it didn't happen. And that's when I realized that it hadn't actually been a physical thing. Very.
It reminds me of another story from more
Hello.
recently.
Welcome, darling. But we are having some technical difficulties with this room. I think Phoenix is creating a new room that we are then going to switch to. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up a little bit there.
I couldn't quite understand you, Alyssa. You
We're
broke
having
up.
some technical difficulties. Phoenix, she believes, is making a new room that we're going to move to.
Okay.
There's some intermittent audio issues from multiple people, and now Phoenix can't get back in.
Now you're sideways.
All right, how are we doing right now?
Your sound and picture are now good.
All right, excellent. So I just got up off my phone for a minute and came up to the desktop, and it allowed me to switch control over to this device. So here we are. We don't have to move or anything. Where did Alyssa go? God damn it.
She's having sound issues now, too. Again.
Well,
Restream works better with a computer than with a phone.
word. So I'm on my desktop now. Hi, Reverend
100%.
How you doing, Reverend Mary?
I am okay. And you?
I'm doing pretty decently. I don't have too much to complain about at the moment. Thanks for asking. Thank you for asking. I'm gonna get ready to set up this altar for the rest of the celebration. Like that. Make that camera. Alright, so what I just did was I hooked up one of my 4K cameras to my computer. Reverend Mary, one of these Batman pajamas.
Okay.
Hooked it up to my computer, and then when I switch my cameras here on Restream, I can go from y'all looking at me to y'all looking at what the altar's gonna be. And I can just switch back and forth, just like that.
You can also share both at the same time.
I think absolutely. I haven't figured out the.
Oh, there's a button on the bottom of Restream. There's a plus sign that says extra camera, and it lets you turn on. So, for example, if I do this, you'll see two of me, but it'll be two different angles. So both cameras are now turned on.
Oh, there you are. So I cannot figure out how to do that on this. Oh, you said the plus sign.
Yep. And then it should be the second to the last one, extra camera. I'm turning my other one off, by the way.
Oh, I don't have that. Just participant
Thank
placeholder,
you.
media placeholder, local video. Extra camera. All right, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, Zach, if we could turn you off, because that counts
It's
against
already off.
the people we can have in here. And
That's
I'm
fine. It's already off.
to boot my other self, or
Is
did
that
I
Spring Moon
finally
Lily?
go away?
Do we know who Spring Moon Lily is?
I don't. And there's no picture.
Spring Moon Lily, are you with us? Alright, well, we'll just leave that alone for a little bit because we're not sure. But thank y'all for coming to First Priesthood Chat tonight. Obviously, we are attending to our discarnate relations and amplifying the moment of Lady Krystel's crossing. When I started having the most of my technical difficulties, Reverend Mike was talking. So I didn't actually get to catch your story, sir. And it looks like you're frozen now, so you might not even be knowing that I'm talking.
Mike, are you there?
Yeah. I'm just listening.
Right. I know also Reverend Alyssa has a story to read that is about reincarnation. So if you would be willing to read that, Lady Alyssa, while I got the altar set up, that would be greatly appreciated.
Sure. Is my volume okay now? My sound okay? It sounds like a robot to me, so. It's the Mountains of Tibet. Very cool children's book. And I wanted to find it for the last Vigil, and I couldn't find it. I finally.
Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, it's the same when you talk to me. You break up too.
You can't hear us clearly either, Alyssa?
Every time anybody talks, it's static.
Oh, that's awful.
And I don't know if I'm talking okay, because to me I'm talking fine. But when you guys talk to me, I hear it. So I'm assuming that's the same thing you hear when I talk. You hear me now?
Still the same.
Still weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know why.
How's your battery?
It's fine.
Oh, we got Spring Moon Lily is also here. They turned their camera on for a second, but they're not there anymore. And I tried muting everybody else.
Computer works.
Oh, okay.
Computer.
Hi, switching devices. Alright, so Lady Alyssa gonna try to switch her device. That way she can read her story to us. I'll get Alyssa to repeat the name of the book when she comes back in.
Okay.
It was good seeing your ritual earlier, Lord Phoenix.
Did you watch it?
I did.
Cool, cool.
When he said it, I was there for a brief bit. I was like, I can't type in the chat, but I've been here the entire time. I even listened to the lesson.
Word. Amen. All right, we also got Spring Moon Lily here. Let's see who Spring Moon Lily is. But we gonna be careful with this on camera finger in case it's not copacetic. Spring Moon Lily, what's up? How you doing?
Just got off of work some hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing? Now I'm not sure I recognize who you are. Who are you, Reverend Spring Moon Lily?
I was initiated last October.
Oh.
So I'm Rosemary McKissick. So.
Oh, okay. I know that name. Welcome.
And now I'm eating at the
Reverend
same
Alyssa,
time.
let's hear that volume.
Still on my phone. I'm still on my phone.
Okay.
Can you hear me or no?
That's a little bit better, actually.
It's better, but you have a little static.
Well, the book that I have is called The Mountains of Tibet. If you can hear me well enough, I'll read it. Otherwise, I'll keep trying with my computer. But you know, my computer takes a hot minute.
Nah, go ahead and try that computer because it's going in and out bad.
I hear it whenever one of you guys talks, but I don't hear it when I talk.
That's got to be obnoxious. How was your day today, Reverend Mary?
What did you say?
How was your day today, Reverend Mary?
Kind of busy at work. And I overslept because I had a very late night last night. We did a fundraiser for Nashville Pagan Pride Day.
Mm-hmm.
Snacks and Sears, and I was one of the Sears, so I was doing back-to-back readings for 2 hours.
How long were your readings?
They were running about 15 minutes, and I wound up doing mostly very short numerology charts. Because we had 2 other people doing tarot, one person doing bones, and I was offering tarot and numerology, and most people picked numerology from me. So I work out their 5 core numbers, and then I do a little bit of psychic work on a synthesis of their 5 core numbers.
Excellent. Most excellent. And so 15 minutes readings for 2 hours straight, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully you grounded after that.
I grounded. Finished off with some chips and rotel.
Okay, chips and rotel. That sounds delicious.
Yeah, well, it was Snacks and Sears, so $15 gets you 1 reading and all the snacks you want, and then $5 for another reading. Plus, we raffled off a 3D printed dragon that Lucy's husband Tom made. You remember his 3D printing?
I certainly do. I have a 3D printed phoenix.
So, and let's see here. Oh, I'll show you this. Don't know if it'll come up very well on camera. This was my birthday present from Tom and Lucy a couple of years ago.
Okay. Is that you as... Oh, that's a whole deck.
this is me as the Queen of Swords when Reverend Don did the Kickstarter for the
I remember
Tarot
that
of
Kickstarter.
Hecate. That's what I did. It's the box is actually a little bit small to hold the Tarot of Hecate, so I keep my cards in it.
Very cool.
But it looks great sitting on my reading table. Oh, and here's something interesting. The we're launching our new show, the Greatest Ever Pagan Super Show Extravaganza, on Friday. And one of the people we want to interview was there Sunday. And I had not seen the announcement about Lady Krystel because I've been doing readings back to back. First, we're setting up, and then I slide into my table and start reading. So I had not seen the announcement, and I told Greg we definitely want to interview you, but what ran through my head is no, don't set up a date. Let's see when Dawn is ready to do interviews. It's like on some level I was picking up on it.
Heard. And then also, Lady Alyssa, could you put the name of that book that you are trying to read to us, the title, like in the chat? Thanks.
I'll try.
And then for you, Reverend Spring Moon Lily, how you doing? How you been? Okay, puppy.
Day by day. So far, so good. Just holding it day by day. I'm glad I'm able to pop in.
We're glad to have you here as well. Anybody do any cool magic lately?
I normally connect to my higher self altar once a week.
Well, the last thing I heard you say was higher self altar.
Once a week.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Are you studying toward your second degree right now?
Yes, I am able to take the 11th quiz lesson tomorrow.
Chapter 11,
Yes.
second degree. Love it for you. Love it for you.
Can you hear me now?
Back. Yes, we can.
Fuck yeah. All right.
Yeah, that
It's called
sounds
the Mountains
incredible.
of Tibet. It's called
All right,
the
so go
Mountains
ahead
of
and read
Tibet.
that while I get the altar set up, okay?
Yeah.
And take your time too. It's gonna take me a few minutes.
The Mountains of Tibet. It's a picture. In a tiny village, in a valley, high in the mountains of Tibet, a little boy was born. He loved to fly kites. On clear nights, he liked to look up at the Milky Way and the stars. There are other worlds up there, he said to himself. Someday, I'm going to visit them. He grew up to be a woodcutter. As he gathered his wood, he looked out beyond the far mountains. There are other countries out there, he said to himself, cities and oceans and people of other races. Someday I'll go and see them. But he was always busy with his work and his wife and children. He lived to be very old, and he never left his valley. Then he died. And he found himself in a place that was both very dark and very bright. He heard a voice speaking to him. The voice said, "You now have a choice. You may become part of the endless universe some call heaven, or you may live another life." "I want to live another life," said the woodcutter. "The one I just lived has faded from my mind like a dream. All I can remember is that I wanted to see more of the world." "Look around you," said the voice. The woodcutter looked out and saw all the worlds of the universe. They blazed and spun like fireworks on New Year's Eve. "There are hundreds of millions of worlds," said the voice. "They are called galaxies. Each one is different, and each one is beautiful, and you may choose any one you like to live in." Then the woodcutter heard the galaxies singing to him. "Choose me," sang each one. The woodcutter was frightened. His head began to spin. "How can I choose?" he cried. "Choose from your heart," the voice replied. There was a pinwheel-shaped galaxy that looked like a great splash of milk. "I like that one," said the woodcutter. "That galaxy has hundreds of millions of stars," said the voice. "They come in all shapes and sizes, and any one you like may be your own." All the stars of the galaxy sparkled for the woodcutter. They flashed like fireflies in the woods on a summer night, but one star caught his eye. Its light was warm and golden. "I'll take that one," said the woodcutter. "That star," said the voice, "has 9 perfect planets revolving around it. Which one would you like to be your home?" The woodcutter saw the 9 planets, each in its place. One was huge with swirling clouds. Another was red. One had sparkling rings around it and many moons. One looked like a blue-green marble the woodcutter had had long ago as a boy. "I like that one," said the woodcutter. "Somehow it looks like home." "On that planet," said the voice, "live hundreds of thousands of creatures, different and wonderful. You may live your life as any one you like. Which will you be?" The woodcutter looked again, and there were all the different creatures parading past him. Some swam, some danced, and some flew. "Come be like me," each one called. "See how much fun you'll have. See how beautiful you'll be." There were whales and goldfish, lions and cats. There were snakes and giraffes. There were butterflies, and there were people. The woodcutter almost decided to be a seagull gliding on the sea breeze. Then he saw a child watching the seagull and laughing. The child was flying a kite. "I want to be a person," said the woodcutter. "Well, there are thousands of kinds of people in this world," said the voice, "each with different dances and delicious dishes, and you may join any kind you like." The woodcutter looked and saw all the peoples of the world dancing around him. They looked like flowers. There were red, white, and golden people. There were black, brown, and pink people. Some wore feathers and some wore silks. Some wore plaids, some stripes. They all danced their dances and called to him in all their different languages. "Just taste this," they called, holding out their most tempting dishes. "Oh, this is the hardest choice," said the woodcutter. Finally, the music of the golden people touched his heart. "I will join them," he said. "Now," said the voice, "where on this planet would you like to be born? It may be anywhere you like." Then the woodcutter saw all the countries that he'd never seen during his life. He saw forests and plains. He saw deserts and green islands. He saw great cities and lush jungles. But there was one green valley, high in the craggy mountains that seemed to wink at him and whisper old familiar stories. That looks like a perfect place to be born, said the woodcutter. There are dozens of young mothers and fathers in that valley, said the voice. Whichever you like best will be yours. The woodcutter felt the love of all the mothers and fathers of the valley flow up to him. They all smiled and held out their arms, calling, "Come to us, come be ours." He saw a man whose smile made his heart sing, and a woman whose smile made him feel safe and warm. I want them for my parents, he said. Last, said the voice, you may choose whether to be a boy or a girl. I seem to remember that I was a boy, said the woodcutter. This time I'd like to see what being a girl is like. And so, in a tiny village in a valley high in the mountains of Tibet, a little girl was born. She loved to fly kites. The end. That's one of my favorites. I think it's still
That
out
was
of print.
beautiful.
Isn't it? It's such a good book.
I love that.
And I found this secondhand somewhere.
It's a very cute story.
And apparently my laptop thinks I want tickets to Primus,
But you don't.
but I don't.
Anybody have a favorite Corellian teaching that like really makes you feel connected, strong, powerful, wise, in the zone? No, nobody.
So one of my favorite teachings, and I wrote an article about it once. Is oh geez. Of course the word is just like not in my brain right now. But the way that we teach evolution and the conscious evolution of like collective evolution. I always loved that teaching of the collective evolution. So collective evolution is the idea that part of the driver of evolution is that the collective unconscious of a animal all comes to the realization that like, hey, we need this thing. So it's the energetic echo of that physical need. So like they need food on land, they live in the water. So they need to find a way to get to the food on land. So it's like the energetic connection of creatures deciding to collectively evolve in order to reach a common goal. It's in the third degree. But I was a biology major, so I liked that one.
The Five Mystic Secrets was one of the first classes I took.
Good.
And especially I liked the idea of freedom, embracing the liberating power of, and yeah, I went and looked it up, but embracing the liberating power of self responsibility and choice.
That's what got me into paganism in the first place.
Heard.
I bet we came
But
from similar backgrounds, Spring Moon Lily.
probably, like, the
Because
devil didn't make me do it. It's actually that,
exactly, I chose to
yep.
do it, and it's my own responsibility, and I might choose to do it again.
I did it, and I did it on purpose, and I'll do it again.
Did it, and I did it on purpose.
I'm a detention officer at a jail since end of January. I've seen a few returns already.
At one point, I was doing pagan prison ministry.
Huh.
Now, I had to let it go because of my health. I just can't do that anymore. But yeah, I
And
had
the energy is heavy.
the energy is heavy, and just getting there and back, and the walking involved. I've got arthritis. I walk with a cane, and getting in and out and dealing with the scheduling and get there. Nope, sorry, we can't do it.
Yeah.
Well, good for you for adhering to your limits, Mary. I know how hard that is when we want to serve. And a lot of
Yeah,
people would try to push through and to their own detriment.
I
So,
did it as long as I could, but I finally had to say, I've got to let this one go.
yeah, that's hard, but good for you.
Thank you. And yes, the energy can be very, very bad.
Yes. And yes, I have seen some orbs flying on the cameras too.
Mm-hmm. And I joked that the one room where Edie and I worked at the women's prison, they should pay us for all the cleansing we did on that room over the years.
I'm sure if I wanted to try to cleanse the jail, I'd be committed.
Well, there was one room.
I'm in Oklahoma.
Yeah, there was one room that they had us work in. It was the art room. It was not the sanctuary, it was the art room. So we would cleanse it every time we went, and the energy really lifted in there. So we would joke that actually the Tennessee Department of Correction owes us. For all the work we did on cleansing that one space.
Right.
Shoot.
Because the women would
But
say something about coming in. I feel better.
yes.
Yeah.
I at least have one sergeant who's admitted she's seen ghosts in a couple of pods.
Oh yeah, that place was haunted when we celebrated Samhain. All we did was just hold a feast and talk about ancestors. We did nothing about trying to communicate with the ancestors. Yeah, we're not opening to channel and trying to call any spirits through. Nope, not happening.
But Oklahoma, where I'm at, also has a lot of railroad history, oil boom, trail of tears. So
Oh yeah.
I'm originally from Texas. We got the Alamo.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm in
Alamo,
Tennessee.
Mexico.
I am in Nashville, Tennessee. The Trail of Tears started here or near here in Georgia, but we've got markers that came through here.
Right. My adopted mom's from Rome, Georgia. It's a beautiful state too.
Mm-hmm. My dad was from
But as with
there.
the lessons, I could go back to first degree, and that was the first thing that stuck was actually learning about the herbs and how to make the oils and stuff. And one of my friends who likes to forage, she makes oil of oregano, and if you put it on bug bites, it'll do the trick for the most part. I didn't even know that until I got her as a friend and started learning some of that. But I think I'm slowly starting to become a medium because I have seen the veil as a very thick cloud curtain a couple of times while I'm standing up and just eyes open. I just haven't tried to cross that veil. And it hasn't even been in Samhain yet. It's been in the last 2 to 3 months. I don't see stuff either.
You will start to see more sometimes. What you putting on your candle, Lady Alyssa?
I'm writing names of the ancestors.
Okay, you are talented.
Why is that?
If you're getting names on the candle, I might manage initials.
Oh no.
Yeah, me too.
You won't be able to see it.
No, I can't. We're not going to be able to see it. Yeah, like I said, I might get initials on a candle that size.
Has to be the fat candles I can get names on.
I'm doing it with a knife too.
Hi, folks. That's the altar setup. I guess you can't really see the curling without the light on, but that's our altar setup for the rest of this experience. It's all 9 of the candles that I started, and then there's a blue one in the center that is specifically for Lady Krystel. I have the Corellium and the sigil for all of the Corellian ancestors. The athame is in the chalice in this particular case. And then there are 2 chalices on the altar, one with a light liquid and another one with a dark liquid. And of course, those are both offerings to the ancestors. And then, yeah, so anybody feel like offering any prayers up to the ancestors in general?
I did do one while you were off at 10:15.
Sweet.
I did the set of 9 prayers and an invocation. Ancestors of the Corellian tradition, priestesses and priests, mothers and uncles of our lineage, spiritual family which aids and supports us. Lend us your guidance, your inspiration, and your aid this day and at all times. We will never forget you, for we know that you will never forget us. We ask that you dwell always within our hearts and lead us always toward our highest good. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
So might
Let
be.
it be.
And you know what? That's a great segue. Wrapping up a prayer and then welcoming Uncle into the chat. So Uncle is here, Reverend Don Lewis, as Lady Krystel's cousin. And like I've been saying all throughout this evening, those two are the hardcore, hard body, like blood is thicker than water descendants of the people who handed us this tradition. So the ancestors handed it down to Lady Krystel. She initiated Uncle. Like those two are ride or die besties. You know what I'm saying? Like those two are close. And you could feel the closeness in the pictures that he posted. And so before I bring him on here, just please remember that yes, we are a family in spirit and we love each other very much. And this is his whole blood relative that we are laying to rest here. So keep that in mind and uplift him and support him and love on him because this is his relative. Like this is someone he grew up with, this is his initiator. And while we all might feel that we owe something to Lady Krystel, that's his whole family. So keep that in mind, okay? And we're going to go ahead and welcome on our uncle, Uncle Don.
Hello.
Hi, Uncle. How you doing?
I'm
Hello
good, thank you.
again.
Hello.
How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing okay.
That's
We were talking about this earlier in my Monday night chat. Of course, I'm very sad for Krystel joining the Ancestors at one level. At another level, I'm very glad. She is out of pain. I know that she is among the Ancestors. I've spent my life talking to these spirits, so I don't really have any question about what is happening. So it's certainly not that I don't have sadness that she's no longer physically here. That is something I have not experienced previously in my lifetime. But I know that she's still here spiritually.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, what can I say? I'm glad that she is out of pain. I know that she was ready to go. And I know they were ready to receive her.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, there's a level where I would love to have had another 10 years with her. If she could have been in good health and happy. She had been bedridden for some time. She had been house-ridden for several years. And so now she is among the Ancestors, and I think probably will be much happier there than she was in her last days here, though she was much loved and very well cared for. But, you know, it's something as simple as moving around in her bed was difficult for her and painful. And so there's a level where there's also a happiness for her to be released from that. So I'm not quite sure what else to say for it.
I mean, that's enough. That's enough.
Well, you know, having faced death myself on numerous occasions, as most of you have witnessed, might also give me a slightly different view of the subject as well. I know that there are times when you can be ready to cross over. And when it's finally time, yes, we must be sad for what we have lost, but we must also celebrate for the transition she has made.
Hmm.
Mhm.
I said that earlier in one of the traditions group chats that it's it ends up being this bittersweet thing because it's
Yeah.
joyful. We as pagans know that it's joyful. You're rejoining source, rejoining the ancestors,
Mhm.
a new journey, a new adventure, uh, you know, an evolution.
And this was peaceful. It was expected. She was expecting it.
Yep.
She had made
And
she was ready for it.
mhm.
I remember when Lady Bitterwind died. That was a bit of a shock to people because no one was expecting it. Although we also knew that certain things were happening, which made that also, in its way, a good thing. But yeah, everyone was kind of expecting this at any point now.
Mhm.
Um, and I'm very glad that I got to see her.
Me too.
Mhm.
Yes.
And I wish that I wish everyone could have seen her,
Yeah.
but she certainly would not have been physically able to do that.
I know she was quite heartbroken at the fact that she wasn't able to be at the last Danville illustration.
Yeah, she would have liked to have been able to be there.
She loved illustrations. And I know that even in the years I knew her, her health just didn't allow her to travel super far distances.
Yeah,
So she did miss a fair amount of them.
yeah. The last Danville illustration happened at a point where she was no longer really able to leave her house.
And she did call
Except
us and talk to us on the phone.
she did.
But I know that she wanted to be there.
She did.
Now, are there any teachings, Uncle, that you can remember that came specifically from Lady Krystel?
Oh my goodness, yes. um, Now, if you ask me specifically what, I'd have to think about it a little bit, but a lot of our teachings on the subject of multidimensionality and probabilities are strongly influenced by her specifically.
Mm-hmm.
That was a subject of great interest to her.
One of the last times I spoke with her, she was talking a lot about the psychic connection of trees.
Yeah, she was very big
and
on that too.
the global network of tree voices.
Yeah. And I think if you were to ask her that same question, she would probably say the power of place was the one she was most attached to. And, I don't know that we exactly beat people over the head with the power of place. But if you look at the tradition, you'll see it's actually rather a big theme. When you look at Corellianism in different parts of the world, you'll see that it can change significantly depending on where it is, on the understanding that the power of place is very important to everyone. That's why we have such wide variation in who we are.
I always thought that the reason that globals moved to a different location every year was to honor that principle.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I've learned that some of you will know and some will have to imagine is that when you travel around the world, places really do feel different. We're going to have lustration in Africa in 2030 again. And of all the places I've gone, it was the place where the power of place was most noticeably different in a very positive sort of way. When we come to that, I think all of us who have not previously been there will feel that difference. Same was true in Australia in a different way. The same was true when we did lustration in Great Britain. All of these places, all the places we've gone for the Parliament of the World's Religions over the years, they all have a different energy. Honestly, every forest and every city has its own feeling. And if you're open to it, you will feel that difference. And I'd like to think that we do try to pay attention to that. Again, without hitting people over the head with it. I see people who try to be, well, people from certain religions who want all of their different places to be cookie cutters of all the other ones. And everybody doing exactly the same thing, which is disregarding the idea of the power of place. We've always said that everything is going to be different for different people, different places, different cultural backgrounds, and that's appropriate. And a lot of that definitely comes from Krystel. Now, not all of it. Some of it comes from other Corellian thinkers at different times, but a lot of it comes from Krystel.
That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
Also, I think probably the most important teaching that I received from her, we talk about, I guess in the third degree lessons we talk about it, but when I received my third degree initiation from her 47 years ago, whatever it was, her message to me was to understand that this was not an ending, but rather a beginning. That yes, it's an accomplishment, but you only are starting out from here. This is your basis, and you must always continue learning. And her attitude was that learning is a lifelong thing, and that if you're going to be a witch and call yourself wise, you should learn everything that you can. Certainly everything that presents itself to you, and not narrow your vision. And I've always considered that advice to live by.
So mote it be.
Yes. So mote it be.
And I guess my next question for you is, when it comes to understanding the Corellian view of conscious incarnation, what are some of the things that we look for when we are attempting to recognize whether or not someone is returning to the great family again versus someone who has found the great family and is like, you know what, this is a good purpose as any to spend a lifetime doing?
Well, those are two very different things, and there are a number of ways to see the difference. A lot of them come through meditation, through the messages of the ancestors. Within the world walkers, you work with the spirits of the ancestors, including when they choose to have a new incarnation. They will tell you. In many cases, they will give you information about it. Also, dealing with the person, in my experience, they will show, as a general rule, personality traits that will be recognizable, sometimes skills that are recognizable. And sometimes they'll have memories that, though not perfect, will tell you a lot of what you need to have answered in terms of if they are a reincarnated ancestor. Now, conscious incarnation does not come with perfect memory, but it does bring through a lot of the skills and traits of that life, and often comes with quite a few memories. But like any other incarnation, you still have the effects of the process that you're dealing with. And the other thing is, and this is something the world walkers will probably be attending to here presently, is when someone crosses who you are expecting to return, you work with their spirit, you talk to them, and you stay in touch with them and see, one, if they actually still intend to carry that out. And again, they will let you know what they're doing. And yeah, I mean, it's both things you can see in a physical way, but also things that you find through meditation and spiritual messaging. And occasionally omens.
Yeah.
They do like their omens sometimes.
I have, well, I think, let me change my camera quick so you can see me. I have what I think is a pretty like playful serious relationship with the ancestors. And there's this thing where like I know that ancestors do not like this nickname. But whenever they hit me with challenges or lessons or insights that make me feel a kind of way, then I will refer to them in this particular kind of phrase. So when the ancestors are very busy and they're giving insights and they're making things clear and they're giving me what I refer to as a duh moments, I call them busy ass ghosts. Whenever I feel their hand is like in my ego interprets it as like a meddlesome way, or like you could have told me gentler, or like there was like a situation that I prayed about and like the message could have been a little bit clearer, but like now the real answer has come in a couple of weeks or a month or whatever down the line, like, oh, like you told me so like 10 months ago when I wasn't thinking about it, you a busy ass ghost for that. And all that to say that like the relationship with our ancestors can be incredible. Sometimes the relationship with our relatives get better once they cross.
Oh yes, oh yes. Yeah, I remember when I was a young man, talking to non-Corellian Wiccans and pagans about ancestors. At that time, most of them were horrified by the idea of dealing with their ancestors. You know, they talk now like this was always part of this community. For a lot of them, their attitude was that their ancestors wouldn't want to talk to them about these subjects, and they didn't want to talk to them. But what I find, and what I think people now today are much more aware of, is when a spirit crosses over, often if there were difficulties with living people or with certain ideas, they very often are no longer still there. And particularly with ideas, you know, where they are now, they know what's going on. You know, maybe they didn't believe in metaphysics when they were alive, but they certainly believe it now because they are metaphysical. And it's what I tell people is if they have fully crossed over, you're dealing with what is basically their higher self, and you're not going to find those difficulties. You may still feel them. But one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that we do tend to censor the entities that we deal with, unless we can learn not to do that. So if you had an ancestor you did not get along with, I would say to you that now that they're an ancestor, they won't get along with you, but if you're still holding it against them, you may not be able to experience it that way. So you have to do a certain amount of self-work also. And I have a story about that, which also goes to what Lord Phoenix was saying about having a playful relationship with your ancestors. Some of you will remember Lady Bitterwind, who was, I believe, our longest serving first elder in Corellian history. And, you know, when we were all much younger, and before she was first elder, she was not initially fond of the ancestors and spirit messages. Over time, she came to understand it. And when she came to understand it, something occurred to her. And she pointed out to us that, you know, the stories that you tell me about these people are basically that they were a bunch of rounders. They were good time Charlies who quite enjoyed their lives and had a lot of fun. And yet when you speak to them, they're so august and so dignified. It seems to me you're censoring them. And, you know, we talked about this, Lady Krystel and I in particular, we talked about this, and we said, well, let's ask them. And we asked the ancestors, are we censoring you? And they said, well, duh, literally. And from then on, they became very humorous with us. Until then, we had not allowed them to be. We had needed them to be very rigid and formal because that's how we had been raised to expect them to be. When we realized that that was not necessarily how they needed to be, our relationship with them broadened. And, you know, that's what I say to everyone. Realize the messenger can warp the message, and you need to come to it with as few preconceptions as possible and allow them to come to you without putting restraints on them. And so often that's what we do. And people don't realize how often they damage their own experiences by restraining them rather than simply allowing them to happen, both in spirituality and otherwise. And when we're talking about the ancestors, yes, they can be very humorous. They can be very fun-loving. I've found that different people require different things from their ancestors and spirit guides. My late wife, Winter, had very severe spirit guides. The way her guides spoke, I would never have dealt with them. I would have said, give me some new guides. But for her, it was perfect. And I realized, and Lady Krystel helped me to realize that, you know, that's what she needed. It's very different from what I needed. It's very different from what most of our circle needed, but it is what Winter needed. And had they not been so severe, she might not have listened to them. So you always have to be mindful of what pressures you may be putting into the communication that you might not initially realize. Which is one of the things about being a medium that people don't think about. Because, I mean, we don't use the word medium a lot in describing this in the Corellian tradition, but that's what it is.
Agreed. Agreed.
Oh, there she is.
There she is. I think she's on her way back in. Uncle,
Well,
can
Box
you?
is there anyway.
Right. She's trying to get in, but
Yeah.
while we wait for her to get back in, Uncle, you heading out, Reverend Mary?
Yeah, I have got to head out.
Thank you
Have a
so
good
much for
evening.
being here.
Thank you
Many
so
blessings.
much for doing this.
Many blessings on you and many blessings on your head. And please bring some blessings back from the entire court of Corellian ancestors to all the members of your shrine and your community. Thank you, Reverend Mary, for being present. Thank you for being a leader and for all your contributions to the great family. I love you so much.
I love you too. Thank you for all you do. Good evening, everyone.
All right, everybody, we just said good night to Reverend Mary. She is in charge of, is it Moon Willow that we just deemed upward? I want to say it's Moon Willow. That's what it's called. And she just,
I've been there several times.
right. We was just there.
I was just there.
But she did deem up this past lustration. So love and blessings
Lovely
to
people.
Mary and her whole organization, to Lucy, to Chrissy, to Reverend Mary's husband, to Reverend Lucy's husband, to all of the members of the great family who come to us through Reverend Mary Hawk Shrine, Batan Shrine, Proto Temple, the thing that just word. Welcome
Hear
back.
me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Reverend Michael shared a phenomenal prayer in the chat. Are you willing to read that for us, Reverend Michael?
Before me, I call to you. Your blood runs in my veins. Your spirit is in my heart, and your memories are in my soul. I honor the path you walked, the wisdom you have gathered, and the sacrifices you have made. Walk with me, guide my steps, and my blessings to space. You are remembered, and you are loved.
So want to be.
Someone to be.
Let it be.
Thank you for putting that in the chat, Reverend Michael.
Yep, I like it.
It's gorgeous.
Yes.
Lady Alyssa, you have any observations?
Something I like about our connection to the ancestors is that rather than keeping us in the past, they intentionally usher us into the future with every step. Like a driving force, because they can see above our heads.
Yeah.
And above our ego.
Well, ego is one of the filters, right? The messenger always warps the message.
Yes.
So Lord Don was saying that earlier, that about what Lady Bitterwind said, that we might tend to bring through the ancestors as more formal than they actually were, especially until we get to know them more intimately. Part of that is learning their stories, I think, especially of our ancestors, when you really read about the things that they did and the things that they went through, and how even though they were not always right legally, they did well by their communities.
Yes.
Allegedly, they weren't right legally.
Allegedly.
As far as we're concerned, and as far as their side of the story, somebody else started it.
They always felt they were morally right
Yeah.
in things they were doing, or they would not have done it.
And I think that
not everyone always agreed.
I think that that's shown by the fact that they always had the support of their actual community.
Yeah, that's true.
It was the busybodies that had a problem.
Not Corellians always had a problem with Karens.
Always.
I thought I had seen a question come up, but I don't see it in the chat room.
I'm looking at that. But it's not.
Well, the question was, what do I do if I don't know the names of the ancestors? And you don't need to know the names. Now, are we talking about the formal ancestors of the Corellian tradition? Those names are mostly out there. Are you talking about your personal ancestors? And it doesn't matter either way. You need to know who you're talking to, but you don't have to know their name. You can approach them as ancestor, and they will answer you. It does not need to be. Well, we all of us have unknown ancestors whose names are no longer remembered. It doesn't mean they're not still interested. And it doesn't mean that we cannot still work with them and receive guidance from them, even though we don't have a name for them. Sometimes you can ask them to give you a name if you find it necessary for some reason, but I don't know that it is necessary. When I work with the ancestors, there are a large group of them that I see very clearly, call by name, etc. And then there's a large group of them who are more shadowy. I know they're there. They're farther back. They're not as well known to me. But I know they're still there. And yeah, they still interact and respond, even though I don't necessarily know their names and sometimes not even their stories. Another relevant question on the subject of ancestors is it doesn't have to be your physical ancestors. It can be your spiritual ancestors too, or your philosophical ancestors. So, some time ago, we did lustration in Philadelphia, and we visited the tomb of Charles Leland, who we would consider a philosophical ancestor of the tradition. And we're certainly not related to the man by blood, but we do have a relationship there through Lydia Beckett, as well as through his writings and his work. So, oh, and I see a huge question just come up. And Janet says, I teach my children about the different kinds of ancestors. Ancestors of your physical lineage, ancestors of your spirit, ancestors of the land, and ancestors of the people you know. And yeah, this is very true. That and that those ancestors may each have different ways to deal with them depending on circumstances.
Earlier today, go ahead. Sorry, finish, sir.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, that one of the things that is important to remember is that yes, they're all in the same place, but they're not all in the same place. They have their own little neighborhoods, and they're not segregated into those neighborhoods. They can interact as they choose, but certain groups will tend to be together. When I talk these days to my ancestors, most of them are either my physical ancestors or Corellians that I worked very closely with, like Lady Windy and Katrina Kessler. But also, I have a whole group of J&M psychics who've shown up among the ancestors now. People that I used to have a professional relationship with. But they're there as, you know, I guess we'd say philosophical or spiritual ancestors. Of course, that's one of the effects of getting older. The people who appear among your ancestors are sometimes your contemporaries or younger than yourself, but that's besides the point.
I was talking earlier when we were at the park doing like the ritual service. I was talking about like the different kinds of ancestors that you could have.
Mm-hmm.
And I broke them down into like everyone's got well, actually, first let me back up. I talked about the difference between an ancestor and a deceased relative.
Yes, and there's a difference.
And that some choose to step up and really make a difference for humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Some choose to step up and make a difference for the family.
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone has an ancestor in their family line somewhere who stood up and did something for the entire family that changed the weight of the family karma, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And so, for example, like if you had a relative in your family history who made an entire tradition public so everyone had access to magic, right? Like that changed the trajectory of the family and it impacted humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in their family has someone who did something like that for their family.
Yeah.
But then we all have these people who have passed away who have given a contribution that really has changed the way that we live. Bringing electricity inside is an example of that.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got these environmental ancestors who changed the way that like we perceive the world that we live in. And then you've got like ancestors who have made contributions in like a single field. So an example would be like Carl Jung or Sigmund Freud.
Mm-hmm.
Like those would be like ideological or like the philosophical ancestors that we talked about. And then like Benjamin Franklin, George Washington Carver would be like those environmental ancestors. So like it's the categories of them. And so like all of us will be better served to like adopt a practice of ancestor veneration and familial piety to strengthen the bonds with like these spirits, and then also like bring in that wisdom while they're on the other side, like in between incarnations or what have you.
Absolutely.
Does anybody else in the chat have any like family practices that you do when someone is crossing over or is passing away, passing onward, through, between, however you want to phrase it?
One of the things that the native tribes do is light a fire, continuous fire while as the person passes over, they have like a bonfire going for at least 4 or 5 days before as they cross over.
Uh-huh.
We were talking the other day about covering mirrors and opening windows or doors as something one might do. I saw another question.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, I think it's over here.
Oh, all right, yeah, good question. Good question. We did in study group, in temple study group, do a conjuring of the spirit of Carl Jung.
Mhm.
And we used the black mirror to do it. We used an evocation method for terminology's sake. And we did get Carl Jung to appear in the black mirror. But we did not make any other attempts at evocation since then. And like reason being, I don't want anyone in any degree to get obsessed with the practice of evocation and getting things to show up in mirrors or bowls of water or like what have you. It's a fascination that I would feel way more comfortable easing people into and like learning the different parameters for the different kinds of evocation. You know, like the difference between a mirror and, you know, trying to get it to appear in smoke, like, you know, the different protocols or whatnot. And then I'm also not a fan of doing experiments with large groups that I haven't been able to do myself. So we just keep it on keep it on that level, and then when everybody gets very comfortable in their magic, everyone gets very comfortable in their spirituality, then maybe as a group we can do some more daring or bold things that like I have not tried on my own. But that's where we are on that. Thanks for asking about that. We have not attempted to get any other spirit into the black mirror or any scrying utensils, but we did get, you know, some phenomenal success getting Carl Jung to show up.
Very cool.
Have you done anything like that, Uncle? The spirit evocations, the Goetic evocations, and like trying to get spirits to show up in water, mirrors, or physical appearance?
No, that was never really something that I did. I always communicated spiritually in the way that I teach. I'm aware there are other ways of doing it. Now I have, I suppose. I've never been big on the idea of trying to provoke a physical appearance. Now I've known some spiritualists who are big into that idea. And I remember working with a woman by the name of Fran Lukey, who was very, very popular with my family. And she was using things like spirit trumpets. And I remember working with those. But I didn't do a lot with them. I was always perfectly, perhaps too content with the methods that we were using, of simply bringing it through.
Heard. Understood. Zach, have you ever tried spirit evocation?
I think his mic's muted.
Word. I feel like that's what he's saying.
I'm not mute. I don't think I'm muted anymore. Yeah, I have. A fair bit, actually. There's actually a group down here I've worked with doing that for spirits that have been trapped due to traumatic incidences.
Yeah. Now, is someone in my temple right now that you did not get to meet when you were here in Buffalo, Zach? She was not a part of Circle at the time, but she is doing very similar work with very similarly oriented spirits. And you know what's interesting is the different magical traditions take different approaches to liberating like down spirits or struggling spirits or stuck spirits. And my family is hoodoo. I'm gonna put the camera back on me. My family is hoodoo. Our family story is about my grandfather who had the cowl over his eyes, and you know, like you got to take it off the right way to make sure that the blessing is complete. And in his particular case, they took it off the wrong way, so the blessing was incomplete. And so instead of having his full like blessing that he was supposed to get, he only got part of it. And so as a result, all of us only got part of the blessing that our family was supposed to get because the doctor took the veil off his eyes wrong. Like that's our thing. And in that particular tradition, when you were dealing with intranquil spirits, the best thing that you could do for them is to give them tasks and reward them with ice cold water.
Oh,
See, what's interesting as I hear that is I've been working on a little research project on modern day psychopomps.
Mm-hmm.
And I figured the best way to approach this was looking at the history of things. And outside of some really kind of malevolent things Grecian practitioners did, which, if you don't know, like you could bind a restless spirit with a iron scroll with writing on it, put a nail in it, and have it do certain things.
Oh, absolutely.
But one of the things they had in there, I'm seeing a parallel in what you're talking about, is that there's a certain practice that has to be done for it to go correctly. And this is a theme that comes up over and over again. But not only that, there's a lot of cultures I've noticed. Grecian was the first one I thought of, but I know the Mesopotamian one had a version of this too, where if it's not done correctly initially, as long as it's the fix to it is actually doing that ritual correctly down the road. So like the big one in the Grecian one was if they weren't properly buried, to actually have a burial later on. And it's like why the Greeks built monuments to soldiers was because, well, we can't do mass battlefield burials, we'll do a mass spiritual burial instead. The Mesopotamians had a similar thing with, it has to be an equal exchange. So we have to sacrifice something to complete the ritual in exchange, and that will complete it for us.
Mm-hmm. This is a very important point that you make, because there's a very modern attitude that funerals and memorials and so forth are only for the living, that they're only for us and not for the spirit. But that's certainly not a traditional point of view. And I've always been taught that, though it will vary by individuals, if that spirit is expecting a certain funeral, you'd better give it for them. If they expect to be remembered in a certain way, you should do so, because they may notice and take exception to it. On the other hand, if, like many modern people, it's not really a concern to them, it's not something they would think about, well, as spirits, they won't think about it either. But that's not always true. It's like, I will probably be very upset if there's not an elephant at my funeral after all these years of talking about it.
We'll have to rent one.
What if there was an elephant?
Jason will wear the costume.
I believe Jason already said he's going to dress up as the elephant.
Yeah,
I mean, that's great. Like, what about an elephant pinata?
What I had actually thought about before Jason decided he was going to dress as the elephant was perhaps a statue of Ganesha, and could be part of the funeral procession or present during the ritual and so forth.
Someone's going to
have the need for an elephant.
Someone's going to have to say it at some point during the service. Like, we need to address the elephant in the room.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Why do I have a feeling this was going to be elephant themed from top to bottom, just to make sure there is the right elephant there?
I would not be entirely surprised. and
Oh,
I
we're
will
passing
probably
out
watch
elephant pins.
Yes.
Careful. Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. You know what? I don't want to be rude, but I'm gonna ask it because it's the occasion.
I agree.
Do you want us to have elephant pins as a part of our morning gear?
I could see it. Just make it a nice, dignified elephant.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
For better or worse, I unintentionally made that into a huge thing over the years. So it would be an appropriate symbol.
What do elephants eat?
In many cases, the elephant is the remover of obstacles.
No, I know that, but I meant like food wise. What do they eat?
Oh, what do they
Plants.
eat? I misunderstood. Oh, they eat leaves and plants.
Fruit, plants, gourds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we really gonna be eating vegan at your service. We're just gonna eat whatever elephants eat.
And we just need to get the weirdest, spiciest food that we can find.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite dessert, Uncle?
I
Mine's
don't
lemon
really do a
meringue
lot
pie.
of desserts anymore, but I like creme brulee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At one time, I liked anything that called itself a dessert. Lately, I've been enjoying a weekly turtle sundae. Not actual turtle, chocolate and caramel. An actual turtle sundae would be somewhat gross, I think.
And slightly terrifying.
Well, turtle soup
And
was once very popular.
And Phoenix gets, if I remember correctly, pineapple upside down cake.
I like pineapple upside down cake.
Yeah,
And Shreya makes an excellent one.
I did request a pineapple upside down cake for my birthday. And I really did enjoy the fuck out of that cake. But I will be offended if there's not a cherry cheesecake served at my repast.
Love it.
I will forgive the host and only the host if there's a pineapple upside down cake. But if anybody dares stand up and speak about knowing me at my funeral and didn't bring a cheesecake for everybody, I'm not forgiving them.
Yes.
I guess my favorite is Boston cream pie.
Heard.
I too would like cheesecake at my funeral.
Any topping or just the cheesecake?
Just the cheesecake. New York cheesecake, not Italian cheesecake.
Heard.
There's an Italian cheesecake at my funeral. I'm killing people.
Aren't you Italian?
Yes. It's something about the texture. The regat just doesn't work for me.
Heard.
Have you ever had Greek cheesecake?
I don't know.
If
What
you
do
have
they
a
make it
chance
with?
sometime, give it a try. I believe it's the oldest surviving variety.
What do they
Although there
make
might
it
be
with?
some things.
What kind of cheese do they make it with?
Probably originally goat cheese, but I'm not sure what they use
Right?
now.
Italian cheesecake's made with regat or ricotta.
Yeah.
Not, it just doesn't do it for me. I like New York cheesecake. Best kind.
I very frequently tell my younger cousins and now my nieces that once I die, if ever a cardinal poops on your partner, know automatically I don't approve from the here beyond.
You say that all the time.
And one of my nieces, my oldest niece, really takes that like quite seriously to the point where she will see a cardinal and just be like, "You will be my uncle someday." And the niece that does that is the niece that I am most concerned about as far as like choices of partners. So it's like, let them, all of y'all, let them know now. This is how I will let you know.
Yes.
Because some of these people ain't no word. And I will tell you. What's going on in the chat? Reverend Rob said cheesecake is his favorite and his specialty.
Oh.
All right, bro. All right.
Yes, indeed.
Next time I see you, I'm gonna get the supplies.
I have to say, every time Rob posts a picture of food, it does look good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody read any good books lately?
Oddly, I'm reading what I think might be because I have a lot of textbooks I have to read for work, so I like reading not hard stuff for fun. But oddly, reading a book on, or a young adult book, I would call it, on humans reaching immortality. So to make sure that things keep in equilibrium and people have perspective, a group of people are made into what's called sides and have to glean or reap random humans and the morality around their choices and the different camps of thought they have.
All right.
I recently read this short story. I told you about it. I read this short story about a couple who meets each other, spends like a decade of their lives doing this like I don't know if I love you, I might love you, I'm too scared to love you thing, and then finally get together and live out the whole rest of their lives and die within like a month of each other at a ripe old age. And the story starts when the second member of the couple dies. So the first one has died already. So now the second one dies. And when they open their eyes, they are at the moment where they met their significant other. And they are face to face with their significant other. And their significant other has just opened their eyes from death. And now they have this chance to redo their entire life together from the start. And that brought me into like this whole thought about reincarnation and time magic that I hadn't really considered before, and how and parallel lives, and where do they intersect. So like, is there, obviously everything is possible, right? So like, if this couple that loves each other chooses to just open their eyes in a parallel life, right? And they create a parallel life just by being.
Yeah.
And then I go to this place where like, so what if all reincarnation is sort of like that, and all of your parallel lives are spawned from these moments that you just hop to through your lives. So you're just creating your parallels as you go, almost simultaneously, but also back to back consecutive. And you might not always remember it in that way, where you open your eyes and you're like, oh, let's live our life again. But
yeah, usually you don't remember it at all.
And like,
but
at what point?
occasionally.
Yes. And it's like, at what point do you go back and open your eyes? So I think it was especially poignant for me because the love of my life died when we were 20. So the thought of dying and waking up and being in the moment where I met her is almost intoxicating.
Yeah.
So I just like, I went off on this whole time tangent with this.
Yeah, parallel lives, repeating lives. It's a very vast subject, and one that well, you know, there's this thing in certain branches of Kabbalah where they say that you shouldn't be studying it unless you're over the age of 40 and have children, or you'll go mad. I don't agree with that point of view, but there's a reason why they say it. When you start dealing with variations on reality, you have to be very grounded. I know I've repeated large portions of this life, but I try not to let that distract me, because it could be very distracting.
Uncle, when I hear you say that you have repeated portions of this life, I get so incredibly crestfallen, because it makes me feel like those moments where I'm trying to get through reading something and I keep reading the same line over and over and over.
Yeah.
That thing is incredibly frustrating.
Well,
And
I mean,
also,
hopefully you do it better every time.
like, yeah. Yes. And it really just made me think about a few things. Because, like, it could be as simple as reading the same line over and over and over again as, like, repeating a component in your timeline.
I think you can get stuck doing that.
Can you imagine a Groundhog Day kind of situation?
Well, I think sometimes when people are crossing
that.
over, they get caught that way. I mean, if you look at the most famous haunting legends, that's what they are. The spirit repeating the same act over and over and over again that was very traumatic for them, usually. You know, my attitude is, you know, those spirits are caught between the worlds. They're caught in that one moment of emotion. But I've come to the point of view that it's only part of their spirit that is caught. Other parts of their spirit may have crossed over, but part of it is caught. And when we try to help spirits cross over, we're trying to free them from that. And they're caught in various different ways. Some of them are caught repeating the same experience. Some of them are just afraid to go forward for one reason or another. But that's an important part of being a world walker, working with the spirits who need our help.
And I was about to ask you, in the example that it is an emotional issue, would it be appropriate to think that, like, that person is stuck in the emotional plane?
Oh.
You could look at it that way, yeah. And you know what you might want to do for them would be in the nature of a soul retrieval, to help them free their energy. I find very often when a spirit is caught between the worlds, I think my most common experience has been that they're afraid of moving forward because they were taught bad things in life, or they feel guilty about something and they think that if they cross over, they're going to run into a judgment or a retribution of some kind.
I was
You have to
just
see that's not the case.
I was just saying earlier that for some, death is the ultimate form of accountability.
I don't know.
We got a question in the chat. So would that be the residual energy we feel at times in places, like the memory of the spirit, but like in energy form?
Sometimes. I wouldn't necessarily say always, but sometimes, yes. Now, sometimes just the native energy of a place will take a charge from the emotions that have been experienced there, in which case it's not the spirit, of a person, it's the spirit of the place that was affected. So it depends entirely on the situation you're dealing with. And how do you tell the difference? You know, to some extent, I don't know that it's important that you do. You'd still do the same things. You have to free that energy. You have to help that spirit, whether it's the spirit of the place or the spirit of a person, to free itself from that limitation. And the same techniques will be equally effective either way, in my opinion. I think people love to organize everything. They love to label everything. And sometimes they way overdo it, especially in the metaphysical world.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if we talk about, blessings, Rob.
Good night,
Awesome.
Reverend Robin. Blessings, and thanks for chilling with us.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, when we talk about soul retrieval, or we talk about energetic blockage, or we talk about several other similar things, these are all different ways of describing the same problem. When we talk about things like well, we can use soul retrieval, we can use pranic healing, we can use Reiki healing, we can use visualizations, we can use all kinds of different ways to approach it. They're not really separate. They're different ways that you can handle these things. And so often people don't want the peas to touch the carrots. And the truth is, if the peas touch the carrots, they'll be just fine. In fact, it's a whole dish, peas and carrots.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little humor. Very little. I think one of the things that's very, very much a Corellian point of view, and at least part of that I would trace to Lady Krystel, but not exclusively. It was kind of endemic to the whole family, is practicality. And I saw a question somewhere online not too awfully long ago about a Ouija board, and people love to get all superstitious about Ouija boards. And we don't have to go into that to deal with this question. But the person's question was, they were moving in with their boyfriend who had a Ouija board displayed in their apartment. The Ouija board had been there for years. She was afraid of it. To me, the obvious answer to that question is, if it's been there for years and nothing's inherently changing, why would you think anything is going to change? It's already shown what it's going to do, which was nothing. Apply the experience. And of course, if your experience changes, then your attitude should change. But I'm not a great believer in being afraid of things that have not shown you a reason to be afraid of, especially because you saw it in the movie. But we won't go all into Ouija boards tonight.
Where the media and I'll just leave it at that. The media can be very profound when it comes to magic. Because on one hand, it can aid in helping us expand our imagination. But that goes for better or for worse.
Well, it does, yeah.
Because there might not have ever been a such thing as an astral nasty until someone saw something that they couldn't help but judge. And now it's got a reputation.
Yeah.
And of course, astral nasties don't have publicists.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like they don't get to publish in Llewellyn their side of the story.
That's true. Well, and you know, that's very important because very often if you look at these situations, without the emotion of having been in it, you may see something very different from what the person thinks they're describing. I love to talk about this episode I watched once, not actually of my own volition, but I happened to be there, of one of these ghost hunting programs. Not one of the good ones. But they were in this terribly haunted house. And something horrible happened that led them to believe there was a demon in the basement. The only thing the family could do was move out of the house and move across water somewhere where the demon couldn't follow them. And what was the horrible thing that happened? A box flew off a shelf. That's a poltergeist, at best. It's not a big, horrible thing. But because of their emotional state, they interpreted it that way. And in fact, the family had an adolescent, which is usually present in poltergeist activities, not always. It was actually a very classic poltergeist experience that they elaborated into a demon in the basement because I guess they needed that drama. All they really needed to do was ground their energy, and they'd have had no further problem. And you know, that's so often the case with people's lives, not only metaphysically, but otherwise. They will take situations that can be quite easy to deal with and make them into big emotional situations that are far worse than the real situation actually is.
Sir, I have found that people are so resistant to grounding when it is absolutely the solution to the issue.
Yes. I am so grateful that when I was being trained by Lady Krystel and also my mother and her mother, that grounding was the number one thing. First thing taught and the most important thing taught and constantly hammered in. In later years, I was amazed how often I found other metaphysical schools of thought not using any kind of grounding. And you could see the effect. I often talk about D&H psychic fairs, which was heavily spiritualist. And you could see that a lot of the psychics there, they did not ground, with the result that they were very unbalanced. I don't necessarily mean that in a terrible way, but it caused various problems for them. And some of them were more noticeable than others. Some of them were just, you know, they were walking a foot off the ground, never really connected to anything. But they really needed to ground that energy, and nobody had ever encouraged them to do that or taught them how. And I was very grateful that I had been taught to do that before and after anything psychic. I think it would cure a lot of people's problems.
Anybody got any favorite grounding activities?
Eating.
Spoken like a true Corellian.
Yeah, food is.
We are the monarchs of food.
Eating a nice bowl of ice cream.
Excess in all things, babe. Excess in all things.
We have great plans for 2029 and Lustration in Danville and Lord Ed's Feast of the Gods.
Nice.
And
I like
if we can find anything that I consider hot.
I like the feeling of grass and moist dirt on my feet
Mhm.
Cold water, though, like you can't fight with cold water.
Yeah. There are a number of substances that are very grounding just by themselves, salt being a very obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
And
You have to be
sometimes if
careful
nothing else
though,
will do it. Mm.
because salt water is also a conductor.
Yeah, well, that's true too.
What you do to ground, Zach?
What I prefer is doing it during a shower. Spend an extra 5 minutes at the start or end of a shower to do it. But every morning and every night, I do basic visualizations for it. So that's just my daily hygiene. But my preference is, like I said, shower.
The reason why I like that is because you incorporate it into something like you have to do this for the betterment of yourself anyway.
And I don't go outside unless I shower. So
The ancient Egyptians was like, you ain't clean if you ain't wash your ass. Like, you get away. Yo, speaking of the ancient Egyptians, I read one of their invisibility spells require you to rub dung all over your body.
well, you're
And
probably
No,
invisible
thank
to
you.
society after that.
I was never willing to test it out, but I always wondered, did you become invisible or did people just stop noticing your ass?
Yeah, you became invisible to society. No one wanted to deal with you.
And
If you're going to do the
Pretend he's
invisibility
not
thing,
there,
there are
he'll go
easier
away.
ways than that.
like, I wonder, did they just put that in there to see who would rub shit on themselves and then act like a fool in front of everybody?
Possibly.
Because I feel like there's a bunch of things written like that, and not just like the ancient Egyptian stuff, but like I feel like Agrippa did that.
The Emperor's New Clothes.
Like I feel like Crowley did that. I feel like Regardi did that.
Mm-hmm.
Like in some of their instructions that just seem a little bit more far-fetched. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way.
Well, they may
Even
very well have been put there to test people's common sense.
like,
Because you know what I always say: if spirit tells you to sell everything you own and buy lotto tickets, don't do that. A lotto ticket, maybe, but you got to use your common sense, and particularly with some of those older metaphysical instruction manuals. Taking everything at their word is not necessarily common sense. Some of the things you encounter, it's debatable if they even are possible. Well, one of the big ones going around at present is necropants. I don't know if you've seen that show up online, the famous Scandinavian practice of skinning a corpse and wearing the bottom half as pants.
Yes.
yeah.
Nobody ever did this. This is not a real thing. It does come from a historical source, but it's not a real thing. It's not physically possible if you think about it. But people accept it because it's such, I guess, an intriguing idea. But you don't have to think about it very long to realize, yeah, that's not going to work.
They made the pants. They just didn't wear the pants.
It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Well, I mean, what better intimidation tactic is there than don't make me put on my skin pants?
Well, that's true. There's a famous photo or group of photos showing what's supposed to be a museum exhibit of a pair of these necropants. but it's not real. They're an artwork that was made to illustrate the concept. And, again, if you think about the length of time we're talking about, it'd be pretty hard for them to have survived. But a lot of times people don't question this kind of thing. For example, the Hand of Glory. You'll encounter this in some old grimoires. And depending on the version that you encounter, it's more possible than others. But you'll find versions where they've supposedly mummified a human hand in such a way that they can make candles out of the fingers. I find it very hard to believe that this is something people were regularly doing.
In the version that I read, you mummified the hand like this with a candle in between the fingers and the knuckles like that.
Well, that's what I was saying. There are versions that are more realistic than others. That one would work.
But the candle had to be made out of some astronomical fat.
Uh-huh.
And at the end of the day, the only known use of the Hand of Glory is to fucking rob people.
Yep.
That's hilarious to me. How did you use this shit to break into somebody's house? They all gonna stay asleep. Everybody's gonna stay asleep. And now you in their house. Rotten.
Yeah, carrying this candle around.
Rotten, just so rotten.
But I think a lot. We talk a lot about how in accounts of witchcraft, plants are given these exotic names, like Eye of Newt being one of the more popular ones. That was actually mustard seed. I think it was not only in those sources, but a number of other historical magic sources where things are coded in certain ways. And if you happen to know the code, it will mean something different to you than what it appears to be saying. In some cases, also, it's a matter of understanding how you're supposed to use what you're reading. For example, if you read the Vangelo delle Streghe, or more precisely, Aradia or the Gospel of the Witches, some of the, quote, incantations that are in there really look more like guided visualizations. Just saying it doesn't really seem very intuitive to me. It seems to me you're supposed to be imagining it, visualizing it, experiencing it. But it never says that. And I think that's true for a number of historical sources.
Mm.
We started reading the Aradia in the last Vigil, and we didn't get that far before the night got away from us.
Yeah. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to read.
But it is possible to read in one sitting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not long.
It's not long.
And one of the things that I was thinking about as I was like reading it on camera, because it was during a particular time when like there was not very much traffic. So I was reading it, and one of the things that I was thinking about, like in the background while I was reading it, was the allegorical components that could get lost if someone got triggered by some of the stuff that was in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
I do think, though, that is on one level you could think about it, and it's like this great resource for liberation and freedom. And when you juxtapose it with what those folks must have been going through during the first what have you of like the Roman occupation, or when, you know, like they had to start incorporating like these Christian dominionist ideas in the text, like what they must have been going through at that time. And you take a look at historically what like the world has gone through. You get like, okay, boom, so like this is what they were revolutionaries. And then on the next level, you could think about it as the battle between your ego and your higher self for transcending current situations.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think it's true of any great spiritual material that you can approach it through a number of different lenses. You can see it as an allegory about life. You can see it as a way of dealing with your personal situations. You can see it as a matter of personal development. You can interpret it at a number of different levels. It's like the story of the descent of Inanna, which is very similar to the creation story in the Vigil delle Streghe in some ways. But, you know, I've seen the story of the descent of Inanna interpreted most commonly as being about physical life and physical death. I've also seen it interpreted as being about incarnation in the first place, that the lower world that she descends into is this world, and when she's reborn, she returns to the world of spirit. You can approach it from multiple levels. And I think that's true. And you certainly can look at it as being about emotional processes as well as physical and spiritual processes, going into yourself to find your answers. I think most spiritual teachings will be able to be applied in multiple different ways if you choose to do so, if you investigate them. One of the interesting things about the Vigil delle Streghe is the question of when it actually originates. The story that Charles Leland was given was that it had come down in the family of Maddalena Talenti for many years, going back to the period of the Renaissance or earlier. But a lot of people feel that it actually represents 19th century Italy and the Garibaldist movement in some ways. And I don't see that this makes any difference to anything either way. The ideas are still there. But it's definitely heavily about fighting oppressive governments, particularly religiously. Now, years ago, we had a high priestess by the name of Fabrizia, who was of Italian ancestry. And she would always ask, because in Correllianism, the Aradia is one of our pillars of belief, but we also teach the idea of the Wiccan Rede, harm none but do as you will. And she would ask how you can reconcile these. Because the Vigil delle Streghe tells you to murder your oppressors in their bed. So how do you square that with harm none? And of course, the answer is it's all in how you interpret harm none. We interpret harm none as unprovoked or egregious damage. If you're fighting for your life on a daily basis, anything you do is provoke damage, in my opinion. So, as far as I'm concerned, those two things are perfectly square.
Thank you for saying that and addressing that. I think
And I use my outside voice too.
I am going to wish everyone a lovely night. I have to head off.
Thank you
Have
for
a good night, Sam.
Have a lovely night, everyone. Love you, Uncle. Blessed be everyone.
Love you
Be
too.
safe.
Blessings.
I think that that the last 8 lines are phenomenal, and it does do service in helping people stay within a moral framework.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that confining the read to those last 8 lines is a little bit lazy, and it does allow for building knowledge about the deeper meaning of what we do, like in the wrong direction, because those last 8 lines are not the most important lines.
Mm-hmm.
If you fulfill those lines, you will be legit. But the rest of the read, in my opinion, does discuss some nuances that are important. And for me, I think the idea of fairly take and fairly give is right there with harm none, yet do what you will.
Yeah, I would
you-
grant you that that's important too.
And if you apply the entire read to a situation in which you are facing your oppressors, you might find that you can recognize that murdering them in their bed might feel extreme, and you also don't have to allow yourself to be abused.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's all on a spectrum. It's options.
All on a spectrum, and it depends on your circumstances.
And at the end of the movie 300, the king had to, like, you just had to show, no, actually, this dude bleeds just like everybody else.
Yep.
Because certain power structures and power dynamics get folks into thinking that we all don't bleed red in this motherfucker. But we do. While we on this side of the veil, we do.
Yes, we do.
And I think that, folks want to forget about that or don't want everyone to remember that. Well, we all have the same vulnerability.
Well, I come from an era when we as pagans did not have a lot of the rights that we have today. Doesn't mean we didn't exist. And when we as LGBTQ people did not have the same rights we have now, doesn't mean we didn't exist. And when people of various ethnicities did not have all of the rights, or at least all of the legal protections that we have now, also didn't mean they didn't exist, but it was a very different existence. And I think that we must be very mindful of not allowing ourselves to be taken back to that. And, I see people saying, oh, we shouldn't be worried about the things that are going on. We shouldn't be worried about Project 2025. We shouldn't be worried about what the military just did. It's all fear-mongering. We should all relax. The ACLU will take care of everything. I'm not quoting anyone in particular. But if you think that, you're an idiot and you don't remember the past. You don't have to be very old to remember when things were very different. Okay, maybe I am very old. It depends on how you look at it. I don't necessarily think so.
In all fairness, let's consider the moment that we gathered for. How old was Lady Krystel when she passed away? Because she was alive when things were very different.
Yes, she was 80 years old.
And I
coming up
dare
on
someone to
81.
say that she's very old to her face.
Well, she was, and even in our last conversation, she was talking about being amazed that she was 80. Actually, she said 81. But you know, she was born in 45. If you're a young person today, I don't know that you can imagine what life was like then if you were not of a certain group. And it's not that, you know, my father always liked to use the term the chosen few, and he hated the chosen few. But if you were not one of the chosen few, it was not overall a particularly good time. You could certainly do things. You could get farther in some cases than others. But you know, there were lots of terrible things happening. And you know, there are people who want to be doing that in the future as well as they did it in the past. And you look around and you see some of it happening right now. And as spiritual people, we really must stand against this. Because if we do not stand against it, we'll be kneeling under it. And I think that, not to make everything political, but everything is political. And you might not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. And I think that it's very important for us all to stand up for our rights and really to make it our only concern. I've said before that for myself, when it comes to political positions, my only real concerns are the civil rights of my people and allied peoples. Now, that means there are a lot of things I might not be taking into consideration. But I have to see to my own yard first. If I find myself with no civil rights, I can't help anybody else. And I think that, getting back to Project 2025, there are a lot of people who'd like to see us without any civil rights. Or at least not the ones that we're accustomed to having.
Mm-hmm.
And if we stand by and just let that happen, again, we're idiots. Now, there are a lot of idiots in the world. And I don't always have a big objection to that. I mean, idiots can be perfectly nice people. But, you know, a lot of people will cut their nose off to spite their own face. And, yeah, it's just, I think, very important that we take practical consideration of where we are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lady Krystel was born 11 years before desegregation of schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A whole decade before Brown v. Board of Education.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it was a very different world. Now, there was more variation in it than you might imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But the overall situation wasn't good unless you were one of those chosen few. And the truth is, we all deserve rights. And, you know, if you want to go back to like the 1920s and early 30s, queer culture was everywhere. But they still didn't have their civil rights. There was the Great Harlem Renaissance, but they still didn't have their civil rights. People were still able to live, but they weren't able to live equally, and they weren't able to live in freedom. And, you know, I don't know that we ever came to a point that we all really could, But we got pretty close. And, you know, standing around and watching this fall piece by piece is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
And, I do understand that you cannot heal something without letting out the poison. Maybe that's what's happening. But we also have to be taking the steps to heal it. When I hear people like the person I'm not quoting saying everything's going to take care of itself and the ACLU will solve everything and nobody should be worried, I don't know what to say. I am most unimpressed. I can't imagine how you could be pagan at this point, look at this situation, and say that, unless you're basically an implant from another community. Which is a very blunt statement, but I'll make it nonetheless. It's an extremely unhelpful point of view.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a lot of that shows up in our community. We have people who will say, anyone who ever asks for money is terrible, but you can't do a damn thing without money. They'll say that any group that has organization is terrible, but you can't do a damn thing without organization either. And it's like they want to be sitting there as helpless victims and then complain that they're helpless victims. And yeah, you're never going to be anything but a helpless victim if you won't do anything to help yourself. And that's going to require things like organization and money. And standing up when you need to stand up. I mean, what just happened with the military is disgraceful and a huge setback to our community where organizations like ours spent years working to break down those walls in the first place, and thousands upon thousands of dollars and hours of work to do it, wiped out overnight. That's not a minor thing, and it's certainly not something that people should not be concerned about. Especially when, if you've read Project 2025, you know that's not the end of the project.
Yeah, here's the thing. Even if it was a minor thing, it is a crack, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a little delegitimization, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it makes the next step so much easier. You
Well,
know,
yeah.
the Nazi Germany didn't happen, like, it didn't go from 0 to gas chambers.
No.
It was a slow progression, and it was a dehumanization of people and a delegitimization of people. And that's, to me, what this is the first step of, is just a delegitimization. So like when the next step comes, it'll be just that much easier. Like, oh, the military doesn't recognize you, so this organization doesn't recognize you. And how long is it going to be until the IRS doesn't recognize us and we aren't churches anymore? And how long until the next government organization doesn't recognize us? You know?
That's actually only a couple of paragraphs farther down in 2025.
One of the things I always remembered hearing is that a saying that today I'm using the term, today they came for the Jews. I didn't stand up because I wasn't a Jew.
Eli Wiesel.
Yeah.
And today they came for the Muslims. I understand that because I wasn't a Muslim. Today they came for the pagans. I understand that because I wasn't a pagan. Today they came for me.
Yeah, there was
nobody else to stand up, you know.
Yeah. Well, and I want to point out, going back to the person I'm not quoting, who says we shouldn't be worried about this, notice the Mormons were very worried about it. And they immediately
Yeah.
stood up and said, "What the heck do you think you're doing?"
Oh yeah, they sure did.
And yeah, and they're already backing off of them.
Yeah. The
So
Mormons
this idea of
are
just sitting there passively is not effective.
Mormons are very large, and the Mormons have a lot of money.
Yeah.
But yeah, they Mormons were no longer listed as a Christian denomination.
Mm-hmm.
They were still on the list. They just weren't Christian anymore.
Yeah.
And the Mormons were just like, nah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, just letting this pass by is not really a viable option. Now, what to do about it is a little harder, but just letting it pass by is silly. And unfortunately, because we're not as wealthy as the Mormons,
or as well organized,
we can work on that. But yeah, we our job is a little harder, but it's still there.
yeah, the Mormons took it quite seriously.
Yeah.
And we should too. Surprised Selena Fox hasn't said anything.
Yeah, I mean, Selena Fox was showing anthem and finally getting the pentagram on the tombstones.
And the Lady Liberty League hasn't had posts on its page in a very long time.
Mm. Well, it may be that other people are going to have to assist.
I'm hoping they're working on it.
And I think that we really need to be thinking about encouraging people. And not necessarily in a partisan way, but to stand up for their civil rights wherever that may lead them. And to make their voices heard.
Might have to organize some more protests. Might have to organize some more protests.
It may be.
No, they're going to have another King's Day coming up in a couple of days.
But I think the main protest needs to be at the voting booth. And I think we need to be prepared to make a presence there. I don't know. I would like to think everyone understands how important that's going to be, but I don't know that they do. And I think we really need to emphasize that. And in the current situation, talking to the people who are already there as our representatives, even the ones who aren't going to listen, letting them know that we do not approve of this, it's probably a pretty good idea. Because if they hear nothing, they're going to assume everybody does approve. Of course, I'm in Illinois, and many of our representatives here are likely to be closer to my point of view than some other parts of the country. But still, I think even if you're in places where,
like Florida,
yes, like Florida, you should still write to or contact your representative and let them know that you do not consider this a good thing.
Do something.
Way more political than I meant to.
That's that element of fire right there.
Like you
What's
said,
that?
everything's political. I got a fair amount. I got a little bit of heat a while back when I posted that thing about that witchcraft is political. It's like how it's always been political. How could it not be?
Look at the history of the colonies too.
Right. Right.
Well, I've been seeing a lot of posts on YouTube about, the founding fathers did not want this country to be a true Christian nation. They
No,
wanted
they
it to be.
emphatically did not.
So,
Speaking of the ancestors.
so they, now people say, well, there was a Christianity to begin with. No, it wasn't. It
No,
never
it was
happened.
not. They said it in writing.
Yep.
Oh, puppy.
But a lot of people don't
Puppy.
read. They don't believe
Oh.
in history or don't read the history.
I wonder if that might be something that someone should consider is invoking the ancestors of the United States. Just come and be like, that is not what we intended. But also, they were terrible people.
Well,
I mean,
they were
you
just
could
okay.
convince me that this is not what they intended, but you can't convince me that we are not so far right that they're like, you know what? I'm cool. Like they would all benefit from what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it's about to be 1 o'clock, y'all. Look at that.
What is Puppy's name?
Virginia.
Hi, Virginia. Love the
Being told
puppy.
hello.
What can I say? Puppies always get my attention. Kitties too. For that matter, most any pet, but especially puppies.
I think all pets look delicious.
Yes,
Not
they
this
do.
again. You have to do this every time someone talks about pets.
If people are allowed to talk about pets, I'm allowed to talk about how I would eat their pets. Stop trying to oppress me, Alyssa.
Is there any pet that you wouldn't eat?
A hedgehog?
I mean, they seem like they don't get that big, so I don't see the point.
Actually, one of the channels I follow is the Best Ever Restaurant Review channel, and they recently did a hedgehog.
Oh, so sorry, hedgehog's not off the hook.
He actually was not impressed with the hedgehog, but they did eat it. He was in Bali, where they still practice animal sacrifice, and this was an animal sacrifice for a festival. And of course, what they do with that is they eat it after the event. And it was quite a fascinating program, but He was not overly impressed with the hedgehog.
Heard. Yeah, I'll try a hedgehog. Kangaroo.
Kangaroo is the best.
I'll try a guinea pig.
They swear by it in South America.
Mm-hmm.
My sister went in one of the South American grocery stores here and sent me a picture of frozen guinea pigs in freezer dried bags in the frozen section.
Yeah, they love them.
Incredible.
Armadillo.
Fry it up, dip it in some mayonnaise and ketchup and hot sauce with pickle relish.
I can't.
I didn't ask you to. I was
I know.
fantasizing. It's an ancestor somewhere who know exactly what I'm talking about. They're like, all right, boy.
Alligator's
What about
tasty, but I've
bugs? Would
never
you
had
eat
snake.
bugs?
I believe the taste is not dissimilar to alligator, but I can't say that I don't remember ever having actually had snake. I've had the alligator.
I've had armadillo.
What did you think of it?
Well, of course, I was like a Boy Scout back then, so it's like I don't remember the taste of it.
Uh-huh.
It was so long ago. I remember
Andrew Zimmern described it as tasting somewhere between a rat and a lizard.
they
That
had
does not help you at
Why
all.
would you want to do that?
we were at a
He
Boy
was
Scout.
traveling in South America. They eat them there.
I was we were at a Boy Scout camp, and what we had to do was they used to live off the land. You know, we didn't bring any food with us. We had to live up.
You picked an armadillo.
You know, one of the guys saw this armadillo going down this one dirt road, and all he had was a hatchet with him. So he threw the hatchet at the armadillo, of course, it bounced off the shell. And so he ran up, picked up the hatchet again and threw it again, and of course managed to kill the armadillos then. But of course, they had to learn how to clean it and cook it, you know. And of course, we had to.
I love a good burrito.
A good burrito.
Say my nightmare.
Comes ready-made. No complaint about that. Another person I follow is a woman named Laura Porter. Her channel used to be called Howie the Crab, but I think she's changed the name now to her own name. But she has a pet crab. What used to be Howie passed away. Now it's Winnie the Crab. And she treats this crab like a puppy. She walks it on a leash. She scratches its shell. She plays with it. She gives it toys. And it reacts like a puppy. It's really fascinating. Totally changed what I imagined a crab would be possible of interacting like. I'm not quite sure what to say for that, but it's fascinating to watch. And you know, it reminds me that everything we eat is pretty much the same, but not too awful different from us, at least animal-wise. But then again, we look at our vegetables and we know the trees talk to each other. You know all about that mycelium stuff now, and we know there have been various studies of plants and the like that show them to be a little more than we once thought they were. So I don't see any reason to think they're not pretty much the same way. And what does this say to us? It says to us that life requires certain things from us, and this is one of them.
Well, y'all, I think I'm going to say goodnight. I've been extra tired the past couple of days, and I'm falling asleep right here.
You have a good night.
Hi, good night.
Good night. Love you all.
Good
Be
night.
safe.
Blessed be. Hail ancestors.
Hell, ancestors.
I think I'm probably going to say goodnight as well.
I think so too. It's 1 o'clock here, Eastern
Good
time. So.
night.
It's midnight here.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Good night, sir.
Night.
Be nice. Be safe. Bye-bye.
Blessings all.
All right, folks. So it's just me for right now. And we are going to call it quits for the night. If you noticed, I did place incense on the ancestor altar a little bit ago. The candles that I've been using for this are lit. The bind runes are on there. They're all lit and they're going to be used up for this purpose. The blue candle that was consecrated specifically for Lady Krystel is also burning on the altar right now. And there's those 2 cups of offering. I'm going to close the night with a round of Hail Ancestors. That's what I'm going to do. Where are my prayer beads? Okay. If y'all want to see what it looks like, lights off. And for the final act for the night, I'm going to go ahead and do 108 Hail Ancestors. These prayers are meant to give energy to the ancestors, to the spirits of our relatives who have passed away, to aid them move energy through our spiritual nexus, to support the moment that we're here for. These Hail Ancestors support Lady Krystel. They lend energy so that she could use it as she sees fit as she embarks on this journey. If you want to maybe make it into a metaphor, you might visualize that every single prayer was a very valuable coin in her coin purse. Every time we shared a memory or a teaching that was related to her, we benefited her spiritually. As Corellians, we celebrate the transition that comes when our current life is concluded. It's like Uncle Don said, yes, of course we are sad for what we are perceiving to be losing. And we also recognize that we have an opportunity to improve our relationship with her and make it everything that we wanted it to be. But again, we are going to allow her her time of rest. We're going to support her switch into our mourning robes for a year. But all that's for when the sun rises. Right now, we have Hail Ancestors, 108 of them, specifically dedicated to the elevation of our beloved Lady Krystel. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail Ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks to your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, Lord of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage for your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage for your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks to your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage for your struggle and give thanks to your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks to your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks to your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Hail, ancestors, blood of my blood and spirit of my spirit, I know you are with me. Blessed is the name we share, and yours is the honor. I do pay homage to your struggle and give thanks for your grace. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to receive these offerings of lights, of incense, of libation poured out for you, poured out for the strengthening of our relationships, poured out for the ease of transition. Most sacred and beloved ancestors, I call upon you to place your special brand of blessing upon all of the Corellian people. Help cleanse them, empower them, invigorate them, motivate them, help inspire them and uplift them to make the movements necessary for their highest good, for themselves, and to help them do the work that they have come to do in this incarnation. I call forth all the souls of all the Corellians to attend to this moment that we are gathered here for. And be it in line with your higher selves. Send energy of love and support and guidance to our beloved Lady Krystel as she continues her transition. We surround the great family in love, in security, in protection. So that we may spend the coming days in communion, securely, confidently with our higher selves and with spirit. Oh, beloved ancestors, we acknowledge that every turn of the wheel is a moment to remember divinity, to remember spirit, to remember ancestors, to remember goddess, to remember God. And we rejoice in the occasion. And we rejoice with a heavy heart for Lady Krystel. May the blessing be on the ancestors. And may the blessing be on the people of the Karelian tradition. And may the blessings be on all of our families and the people who love us and the people that we love. So mote it be.